It helps. It helps. Good evening, Texas bikers and bikers all across the nation. This is Texas Biker Radio election night. And yeah, hey, everybody, everybody get your favorite beverage. This this may be a long one. And you know, it's been said we should know by the end of this evening who is our new president or who is our president for another 4 years. We should know. But we've got the left that's pulling all these stunts just to cause chaos. And that's what they're doing. They're causing chaos. They've been doing it for 4 years, and they continue doing it tonight, and it'll be tomorrow night, the next night, the next night, because this is their new mantra. This is what they do. They try and cause as much hell as they can cause, any way they can. And so, hey, now that is the time to like and share our podcast, if you would, be so kind, and we'll settle in for the long haul. We've got a lot of subjects we're going to talk about tonight, including biker issues, We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff. And we'll be answering your questions on the chat line. Now we have some bigger screens here. And so I don't know where my cohorts are at. Up here on this side, that's the geezer cam. And that's his mic up there. And of course, there's no geezer right now. I may have to fire some people in my club. Just saying, everybody. Just saying. And OG, he's always fashionably late. But you can count on one thing. Popeye is going to be on time. Popeye is going to be ready to go. And with that, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the people on the chat line. And there's Cowboy Forever. How you doing, buddy? And let me see. Let me go down the list here. Well, most of that's me. Complaining and bitching. How you doing, Jerry? How are you doing? And the Gary Kirkland Show. Well, welcome, sir. Right now, Google has... they're talking about Google. And, you know, I don't think Google is one of the best places to look, being as they've been censoring conservative talk shows and talk and the things people post. You know, YouTube pulls some shenanigans themselves. And so, you know, it's just that kind of stuff. The big techs, they're all left-wingers. So we shouldn't be surprised that if they're pulling some stunts in early voting, because there are people out there still voting at this hour toward the West Coast. So anything they can pull, they will. And as we've heard today in Philadelphia and New York and other places, there's all kinds of voter fraud going on. Let's just hope that there's not too much of it to affect the outcome of an election. And, you know, they need to make some stiffer penalties for that kind of action. They really do. They need some stiffer penalties. But, you know, it was Rush Limbaugh that brought up today, if you're out there voting, if you're still out there voting, don't listen to any of this media stuff. Don't listen to the polls. Don't listen to the exit polls. Stand there and vote. Get your vote in. Make sure your vote counts. Don't let an election poll official tell you that the machines are broke down and give me your ballot. Don't trust your ballot to anyone. Don't trust it. And if the machines are broken, you find out why. You call your county election officials and get them down there. And you talk to the head cheese there at that polling place. And you do not accept no for an answer. You do not accept you're going to have to leave your ballot in the hands of somebody. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. You make sure your vote counts and is counted. And you do that best by doing it in person. We're going to have to take a look. Well, let's put it this way. If we have a country left at the end of the day, a constitution left at the end of the day, because if Joe Biden were to win, we are in uncharted waters that we're not going to be able to fix. Once we take that step, it's for all time. Because the left will guarantee a one-party election from now on. And you know what I'm talking about. You've heard us talking about it. You've heard us talking about it. So, right now, let me take a look and let me real quick see what's going on. If I can get my mouse to cooperate. There we go. And I am showing, and it's been stuck here for a while. I'm showing Trump with 24 electoral votes and Joe Biden with 16. Yeah. And I'll show you what I'm looking at here in a little bit. Yeah, that's what they're saying right now. Right now they're calling Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia for Trump. And Virginia's still in play. I don't know why they have it marked for Biden, but they do. But I do believe Virginia's in play. So, but and it depends on where you look. I mean, other places show Biden out to an early electoral lead. I don't know that he can maintain that. You know, I just have a hard time believing there's this many fools in the country. I really do. And I think many of you guys are right there with me. So here we go. And I did ask our political consultant this afternoon, you know, what happens if Joe Biden wins? What are we to do? And the answer to that is it would be a disaster. And at the end of the day, we have to see how big of a disaster it would be, especially if they take the House and the Senate along with the presidency. That would be a total disaster. And so it's something you don't even want to think about. Something you don't even want to think about. So anyway, let's get to rocking and rolling here. And, you know, the people that in Homeland Security are telling us now, hey, the elections are solid. Everything's good. Not to worry. Not to worry. Does that give you a fuzzy feeling? We hear voter fraud everywhere, especially in Philadelphia. We hear voter fraud everywhere, especially in New York. Here in Texas, voter fraud is everywhere. And yet, we have Homeland Security telling us, hey, everything's all right. We got the foreigners under control. Well, you know what? It's not the foreigners we're worried about. It's not them. Sure, they can build a website and they can try to influence people. Most of the people I know aren't influenced that easy. So they can probably get out there and talk to a bunch of kids. These kids don't know what the hell they're doing anyway. And that's obvious by who they're supporting. But I don't have a warm and fuzzy feeling about our Homeland Security telling us what a great job they're doing, that they're on the ball. That's kind of like the fucking FBI. Who we've watched do nothing for 4 years with all this fake crap going on, and including they're involved in it. But yet they go out here and find time to go out here and chase some people that were following the Biden bus. They weren't hurting that bus. They weren't injuring anybody. They weren't threatening them with guns. None of that shit was happening. The aggressor in that group was a Biden staffer. Not the guys in the trucks and the automobiles with Trump flags. And as far as I know, a Trump flag has not killed anybody yet. Just saying, everybody. Just saying. Just saying. I still got allergies and a touch of asthma. It's bad, but hey, I will continue on. I'll try to remember to hit the cough button. But you got to be fast. And right now, I'm not fast. Let me see what everybody's singing here. Yeah, Cowboy, tonight's going to be really interesting. Real interesting. And so, yeah, we will. Yeah, the FBI does need to be gutted. It really does. That's a worthless bunch of punks, is what that is. And they've been politicized. So, this is what it is. I'm waiting for OG to get here so we can talk the biker stuff. Meanwhile, I'm just going over some stuff on top of my head, some stuff I wrote down today. And that's what we'll be doing. And of course, we'll be looking at the numbers to see if they've changed any. And I'll refresh that so I can see. Okay, so Trump is up to 66 votes. And Illinois right now is going Biden. It's a hard time to believe that shit, too. And I'll let you see here for yourself. Just a second. Let me get the mouse to swing back over to the other screen. This has not been cooperating good tonight. That's because we got a new screen in it. Here, I'm going to show you this. And let me see if I can refresh this real quick. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Here we go. Yeah. So, I don't know why it won't let me refresh it. But it's not going to. I'll have to go to the drawing board on that one. I've got another one I'll show you here in a minute, though. Let's see here. Well, it's just not going to cooperate. When little G gets here, I'll bring that back. Because I need a helping hand with that stuff. And anyway, there are cities across the nation, including here in Dallas, Texas, that are boarding up their windows as if a hurricane's coming, and running scared that something is going to happen. That Antifa, BLM, matter of fact is, they've been doing Zoom calls. They've been doing Zoom calls all week for 4 weeks. They've been doing Zoom calls talking about all the chaos, all the hell they plan on doing tonight. So this, you are right, Cowboy, this should get real interesting. Especially if Trump wins. And right now, I do believe that that's a possibility. Oop. Did not mean for that to happen. But what do you think, you guys on the chat line, about the possibility of these Antifa types? Matter of fact, it was BLM. It was BLM that was the heading this thing up about the stuff they're going to do in Washington, D.C. tonight, and the stuff they're going to be doing in the streets across the nation. So what is it they know that we don't know? Do they have an idea that Joe Biden is not going to win? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. So right now, Fox News is showing Biden ahead, 91 electoral votes to Trump 67. That's Fox News. But you know what? Fox News has been using a liberal slant here lately. They're not what they were. And especially with that group that comes on at 8 o'clock after Fox and Friends. They are as liberal as you can get. And they surely are. So, the fact is, I've gone to Newsmax and OANN is where I go to now. And it's a lot better coverage. You don't have to hear the left-wing bullshit that you get on Fox News. I know they used to talk about being fair and balanced, but that's not what it is anymore. It's kind of like Chris Wallace, who was trying to run interference for Joe Biden. Well, I find Fox News doing that quite often in their broadcast with their commentators. So that's really, to me, that's a big thing. And so, yeah, it all depends on where you're looking, guys, for this stuff. It all depends on where you're looking to who they have ahead. And if they have a liberal slant to their broadcast, it is slanted. It's going to be slanted. They're just going to do that. They can't help themselves. They're going to try and make it look, for the people that are still out there voting, that there's no sense in continuing. No sense. So, so that's a good, well, let me get this right. That's not a good thing. But you have to realize you're being taken to the to the bank, to the cleaners, however you want to say it. And you can tell we're not professionals at this, but we're trying. Anyway, Dallas cities are all boarding up. All these cities are boarding up. They're planning on doing these riots tonight. They got a huge crowd that's coming to Washington, D.C. in front of the White House. So you know what that'll be. Either way it goes, what that'll be. And so I probably should be finding that and posting that link up. And we will here later on. We got plenty of time. We do have plenty of time. I mean, this is really, really early. Probably should have came on about 9 o'clock and try and do a wrap up on it, see what's happening. But it is what it is. I'm here now without my partners in crime. So if there's anybody with Sons of Liberty Riders MC that would like to come over here and take Geezer's place, you're certainly welcome to do it. I'm going to be here for a while. And who knows, maybe we'll enjoy some music. I don't know. We'll just run through it. But I do want to get to the biker stuff. I'm trying to use every bit of my patience. And I am the president of the club. Yeah. Just saying, everybody. Just saying. Let me see. Oh, look, at the end of the night, even if none of this stuff is decided, the media is going to claim victory, and so is Joe Biden. He's ready to claim victory. That's what's going to happen tonight. I won, even though the vote's not counted, even though nobody's really announced that I won, except for some lying media types. I won. Give me the White House keys. Get the hell out. Get the hell out. Just saying, everybody. Wow. And that's what they plan on doing. That's what they plan on doing. That's the reason Hillary Clinton told Joe Biden, don't secede to him. Don't do it. We're causing as much chaos as we can. You're going to win, no matter what, even if you lose. Because that's what Democrats do. They claim victory. Just saying, everybody. Jerry said his wife's about to have a heart attack because the thing's showing Biden ahead right now. So don't have a heart attack. Don't have a heart attack. It'll be all right. And so it's kind of stuck on that. These things are moving slow. Really moving slow. I mean, I see so many places, when I look at where the votes are being counted, I see so many places where Trump's ahead, that these maps are really, really behind. Yeah. And so you just have to do your due diligence. And let me go here to another one and take a look. Yeah, they're kind of stuck in place right now. Yeah, they are. So I'll update that map. I'm going to do that right now if you give me a second. And so, there we go. I'm going to add a new input. Here goes. Done that. And I'll show you an updated version of that map that I showed you just a minute ago. Here we go. I cannot get this to cooperate. There it is. There it is. If you can read that, what it says right there, I cannot read the count right there. I think it says 88. It says 88 to 60 something. And those are the states right there that they're showing Trump in the lead and Biden ahead in the blue states. And Georgia has not been called, as you guys see. Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi. Louisiana should be a Trump state too. And I do believe those, I think Virginia is going to go Trump. I may be wrong, but I think it's going to go Trump. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the people in Virginia are getting fed up with the bullshit that's going on there, especially the gun rights people. Second Amendment. And listen to this, guys. Listen to this. 7 million first-time gun owners through October of 2020. There's 7 million first-time gun owners. Now, this is due to what the people out there see what's going on. You got to understand that if these bastards win, they're coming after your firearms. They're coming after your Second Amendment. It's the reason this was so freaking important. So damn important. So we've got to, well, we should have had our house in order to not let this happen, to not let this be that close. Donald Trump should be winning in a landslide. Our country is energy independent. Just think about that. Just think about that. And they're fixing to fuck it all up. That's what they want to do. You know damn good and well they're going to end fracking if they get elected. You know damn good and well they're going to try and go away from fossil fuels. You know damn good and well they're going to ruin this economy because this economy is oil-based. And like I said the other night, if they start getting rid of all gasoline, diesel-powered automobiles, trucks, and whatever else, they're going to eliminate one hell of a revenue stream that comes from selling oil products like gasoline. And our highways are funded off of that. So where's that going to go? Who are they going to tax next? Because they don't just end the tax. They replace it. What are you going to replace it with? I'll tell you what they're going to replace it with. They're going to replace it with all these electric vehicles. They're going to find a way to make that money up. They don't give a damn about the environment. If they did, they would be practicing what they're preaching and not flying around in mega jets and everything else. They'd be out there campaigning on bicycles, golf carts, whatever else. That's what many of those electric cars are. They're golf carts, in my opinion. They've got Tesla, you can't call them gas stations. They got Tesla recharge stations along the highways that nobody's using the damn things. They got them up here at this damn mall that's close to my house. Nobody's ever in them. So they had to stick advertisements on them. They're selling more advertising than they are electricity. Just saying. Just saying. So what do you guys in the chat room think about Lady Gaga? You know, she's been running the rednecks down. Of course, she runs us down anyway because she thinks we're illiterate. She thinks that we're uneducated. Yeah. And she has a clue who we are. You know, there are plenty of us out there with college degrees that are conservative, that believe in our Constitution. There are plenty of us that, you know, we don't believe in the things that they're wanting to pitch. We'd rather have our Constitution. We'd rather have our country like it is. We want everybody to have a chance to succeed, no matter what color you are. But under their plan, that ends, baby. If you're satisfied with sitting back and collecting the government check and sitting on your ass and paying whatever scraps they give you, or getting paid whatever scraps they're giving you, mainly to keep you in poverty and keep you sitting on your ass because they need victims. And there's going to be plenty of victims made out of this mess if they win. Just saying. I'm going to read some of the chat line here for a minute. Yeah, it's amazing, guys. It's amazing. Lady Gaga thinks we're damn stupid. You know, just because we're having fun don't mean we're stupid. There are a lot of people out there, you know, that just, they get out there and they do funny things. But you look at the left, they're not doing funny things. Other than when they scream and carry on and cry and throw fits, then they're funny. But what they're doing in the streets of this country, it's not funny at all. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden want more of it. They want more of it tonight. Is what they want. Yeah. So, get my mouse to come back over here again. Isn't that something? Thing was working great till I switched the screens. Okay, I got that updated. That blue makes it really hard to read. So, let me show you the screen again. There we go. I like seeing a sea of red. Yeah. Looks like that says Trump 72 to 15, I think that says. You guys can read it. You got better eyes than I do. Wow. Okay. So what happens is, once I refresh that, it doesn't go back. Wow. Interesting. So I have to get, in order to update it, I have to get rid of it and then bring it back in. So I will. It's not that big a deal. You know, there's a guy out in Vegas. He betted big. He betted $5 million that Trump would win. That's a serious guy. That's a serious Trump guy. Yeah. Really is. So, what I'm doing, guys, I'm searching here for more material. Don't find it. Don't find it. Okay, I'll go back and see what we'll do from now on. We'll go back and we'll update that map about every 15 minutes and see what's happening. So, yeah, $5 million, that's serious money. I might bet 5 or maybe even 100 that Trump would win. 5 million. It's a guy with deep pockets. Well, let's talk some biker stuff. You know, the Texas EOCI, they're, the one thing that will happen tomorrow, a lot of things here with these state representatives will wash itself out. In other words, what I'm saying, we'll know what candidates will be returning to the state legislature and what candidates won't be. And then again, there may be a few runoffs. And I heard our consultant talking about that today, runoffs. But they are going to, they're going to be working real quick on their agenda for this next upcoming Texas legislature. They're going to be coming. And what they're going to be doing, what we're going to be doing, is preparing things that we're concerned about. And what we'll do, depending on what politicians are left, whether they're Republican or Democrat, we're going to be making contact with them and talking to them about our concerns. As everybody knows, motorcycle profiling is high on the agenda here in Texas, and should be across the country. So we're not the only state that has this mess going on. Matter of fact, just here in Texas, they're mandated to participate in it. But right now, since all the coronavirus and all the mess is going on, and now these Antifa types, police departments are busy. They're busy doing something else instead of bikers. Oh, now they're still capable of pulling a biker over and harassing them. They're still capable of that. And we've had it happen here just not too long ago. But let me say this. The guys in the Texas COCI, the guys at the tip of the spear, are doing a great job. They have a good plan going forward. And I have high hopes that we're going to get something done this time. And so we're working. We're working. We can't say what it is we're working on too early, because that just gives our opposition a chance to do their own campaigning. And they already have enough money. They have taxpayers' money that they can go to the legislature and throw around. That's money we don't have. What we can bring is votes. That's what we can bring. And so some of them are going to find out here today. Either what that did do for them or what it didn't do for them. If a race is close and they lose by a few hundred votes, shame on them for not working with us or calling us. Shame on them. And it's certainly to the point we've reached out to some of them already. But in the coming weeks, we're going to be getting ready. And tomorrow, we'll know what field we got to work with. For the most part, except for those that are in runoffs. Gang databases are a plague. Gang databases. Look here. Here comes OG. Walking in here. Come on in here. Hey, everybody.
What time did you start?
I started at 7.
Oh.
Yeah. OG, guys.
What happened at 8 o'clock? You didn't call me.
I sent you a message.
You were wearing soft colors.
Yep. So anyway.
I'm here.
He's here. So, all right. We've been looking at the screen here, and let me refresh that, OG. And still hadn't moved, guys. It's still the same thing it was. So it's
They should be declaring Florida before too much longer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it.
Just a minute. Let me take care of him.
He. Am I there?
Get your grill
Okay.
in that mic, because last time it was too far back.
Okay. Last I saw was Trump had a slight lead in Florida. He was running about 50.4%. and they were about to bring in the Panhandle, and the Panhandle is notoriously dark red.
Yeah.
That's all Trump territory.
Yeah.
The bad news is North Carolina's not looking real great.
Yeah.
So if he wants to match his electorate map from 2016, he needs to win North Carolina. If that doesn't come in for him, he's going to have to win some other states
Yeah.
that he hasn't won before.
Yeah. Well, that's possible
Oh, yeah.
because Biden and them gave up on Arizona. They left. They didn't go back. And I hear New Mexico may be going Trump.
That would be good. That would be
Yeah.
good. You heard Mitch McConnell was declared.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Mitch McConnell was declared. See, it's a good thing I was late. Yeah.
So what he was doing, what OG did, he was going off of our regular broadcast time, which is 8 o'clock. So technically, he's right. But this guy up here, the geezer Cam, there's no geezer. He's in trouble.
Yeah, where the hell's Geezer?
I don't know. But,
Geezer's drunk.
yeah, geezer's drunk. So, I'm fixing to take his mic down unless somebody wants to come over here and fill that spot. Just saying. Just saying. Hey, I was just talking about bikers, and after tomorrow, we'll kind of know what the playing field is. The new guys that are either in the state legislature or the old ones that survived. And let me say this to you guys. The people on the left spent over $300 million trying to flip Texas. Money has poured in from New York. Money has poured in from California. Money has poured in from George Soros. And $300 million they spent trying to flip Texas. We'll see at the end of the night whether that paid off for them. But they went after these local elections big time, and we're worried about what's happening to some of our city councils and some of the judges that have been elected, and maybe even some of the prosecutors, because that's where George Soros was spending his money, on prosecutors, working to keep criminals on the street. Just saying.
Well, odds are Houston's going to be big time blue.
Yeah.
When I left, Trump, while I'm sure it's not a concern, Trump was not leading in Texas. Biden was leading.
Uh-huh.
But that's very early in the game. I think, there was a lot of speculation, I think, in everyone's mind as to who the hell was voting early.
Yeah.
And it's becoming more evident that it was a lot of Democrats voting early.
Yeah.
So, pretty dependent on the red wave that voted in person today.
Yeah. The red wave should have happened today if it's going to happen. And, we got to, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I talked to Craig today and asked him what happens if Biden wins. And I know you guys were going over this, but I'm going to go over it with OG. And he said disaster.
Oh, absolutely.
Total disaster.
The the gal on Fox that does the financial, it's got the Italian name.
Hmm.
I can't remember it. Was talking, and she said, you know, if Trump wins, the stock market is going to go up. As a matter of fact, the reaction that you've been seeing in the stock market for the past few days has been the stock market speculation that Trump is doing well.
Hmm.
But that's the stock market.
Right.
If for some reason Biden were to win, there will be a massive sell-off
Yes.
on the stock market. You can watch that baby dive, dive, dive.
You know, the interesting thing about it, no matter who's elected, the rich can live wherever they want to live.
And live well.
Yeah. It's the rest of us that this is going to suck for. And I can't believe there are that many ignorant people in this country that do not understand economics.
Well, a couple things. One, I was having a discussion with my wife tonight about, you know, as you watch these vote tallies, it really kind of boggles your mind when you see the number of people that vote for Biden. And a few people that they interviewed, what was remarkable was they couldn't really give you an in-depth description as to why they voted for Biden other than they seemed to like him. That's about it.
Well, they didn't like Trump.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Trump, there was a discussion tonight that you know, Trump's in trouble with the suburban women, white suburban women.
Hmm.
He isn't well liked by them. They feel there's a certain amount of chaos involved with Trump, and white suburban women do not like chaos.
Hmm.
Now, my point in discussing why the hell are they voting for Trump, it's got to be they don't understand, or why are they voting for Biden? It's got to be they don't understand that they're not voting for Biden. They're really voting for Harris.
Yes.
And they don't understand that. They don't understand that Biden is nothing but a dim-wit pawn in this whole situation. He's got dementia. He's going to fade fast. He better pray that he awakes the day after the election, that he's declared president, because I'm telling you, Harris could very well be the next president in the twinkling of an eye, and it's the machine behind her that's running this whole thing, and people don't understand that. They look at sleepy old Joe, and they think he's a nice old guy, and he's going to do them nice. And the problem is, Joe doesn't even understand what's going on.
No.
So, you know, well, at first you think people have just got to be dim-witted idiots. It isn't so much that, it's that they don't truly understand the game that's going on here.
Hmm.
Now, Tucker Carlson made some interesting comments tonight because they asked him, if Trump doesn't win, why do they think that happened? And Tucker said, you know, the first thing I'd say to you is what I tell my kids all the time. If you're not successful at something and you lose, the first thing you do is you blame yourself.
Yeah.
And that's what Trump has to do. Trump has done some outrageous things. I still think he's one of the best presidents we've ever had. He's upheld every promise he's made. He's getting blamed for a lot of crap that Obama started, like these women keep talking about these children being torn away from their from their parents. Trump didn't start that. That was something that was put into place by Obama and Biden. However, the incumbent is always going to get blamed for bad things that are happening. And the worst thing that has happened lately is COVID.
Yeah.
Some people have died. I don't believe COVID is truly as bad as it's been portrayed by the media. However, the media have successfully managed to scare the holy crap out of everyone.
Mm.
In doing so, people are now looking at Trump saying, why the hell didn't you do better? How come all these people have got it and all these people died? They don't understand. Probably more people have died from influenza, regular flu, and pneumonia and such during the year. They haven't been stacking bodies on the street. When somebody says pandemic to me, I'm looking for the bodies, the body count, and there hasn't really been one. An interesting percentage, they did a huge poll and they asked people, do you know of anyone who has died from COVID? And do you know only 18% of the people knew somebody that had died from COVID? Now, when you say pandemic and the horror of some disease, you would certainly think more than 18% of the people would know somebody that has died from COVID. And we know there's a fair number of people that have died from COVID that didn't die from COVID.
Mm-hmm.
They were in poor health to begin with. Now maybe COVID tipped the scale, but it certainly wasn't the systemic cause of the death. It was just the straw that broke the camel's back. So, Trump is taking a lot of heat for this COVID thing. And that's going to hurt him to some degree. We can only hope and pray that he stays in power. That
Yeah.
he stays our president for the next 4 years.
Yeah. So we got a lot of territory to make up here, especially if looks like Virginia, Illinois may go blue. We'll see. Still early. Votes are still being counted. So we'll see as it goes along. I do think here within probably the next hour, things will start really picking up.
Yeah, you've got a lot of polls closing, and you're in some areas right now that for generations have voted Democrat. And what these mental morons don't understand is the Democrat Party, along with the Republican Party, no longer even closely resemble what it was generations ago.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans have, aside from becoming spineless, with the exception of the latest Supreme Court vote, or confirmation, have become more moderate, and the Democrats have really swung to becoming what do we want to say here? Radical.
Yeah.
The radical left. And a lot of people, just because great-grandpa and grandpa and dad voted Democrat doesn't mean you need to vote Democrat. You need to think about what the hell you're doing and what's going on and understand what socialism means. And there's no such thing as a free lunch. We're all going to pay and pay dearly. Now, I've already thought out in my mind, if Biden wins, I may suffer a little for a while, but I will suffer nothing compared to what my children and grandchildren will suffer as this country becomes another Cuba or Venezuela.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, and I discussed the other night, just if they win, whose jobs are going to go first? What sector is it that's going to suffer because of these crazy plans they plan on introducing? And let me say, number one, they stood there campaigning, telling everybody they were going to get rid of the Trump tax cuts. That's a fucking tax increase, everybody. And people were sitting there applauding for it. They are out of their damn minds.
They want to increase capital gains tax to somewhere in the neighborhood of 48%. They want to increase corporate tax back up to around 28%. They start doing things like that, corporations are not going to be able to expand. The first people that are going to lose their jobs are the blue collar, because that will start driving corporations to get things made overseas cheaply and quickly. They can't get that done cheaply in the United States when they got to pay all those horrendous taxes. So, you're going to go 100 miles an hour in reverse. The jobs will be lost. Joe will reestablish his connection with China. Hunter will have his job back.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, what you thought was going to be wonderful is going to be your worst frickin' nightmare.
Can you guys believe this? That it's even this close? The things we're talking about here? I just, it's like I said earlier, I have a hard time wrapping my head around this. I mean, I get what OG is saying about women, but it's basic economics. It's basic crap. I know the kids riding in the streets, they don't understand it. They don't understand it. They don't give a damn. But a mom in a minivan with children that is working for a living, or maybe a stay-at-home mom, she has to know what the family freaking budget is and what higher taxes does to you.
Let's better understand exactly who the suburban white female is.
Let's go.
Because it's not what a lot of people imagine in their mind. They may be thinking of an older, more sophisticated woman who has been on the earth a number of years, has worked for a while, has had children, raised a family, understands what hardship can be. These suburban women, white women that are voting for Trump, have recently, and they've said most of them have college educations. Well, that says a whole lot, because they've got these frickin' worthless degrees at these universities, and they have been brainwashed the entire probably 4 to 6 years that they went to college by these liberal professors. They believe that socialism is the way to go, yada, yada, yada. And so your white suburban female ain't what you think it is anymore. It's a lot of those females that you witnessed in the riots, the snowflakes screaming in the streets, those gals wearing those vagina hats that we saw not too many years ago. That's your white suburban female.
Yeah. Oh, Instagram today. Instagram had a glitch. And they were telling everybody that tomorrow was voting day,
Oh, shit.
November 4th. So I guess Facebook owns this Instagram. So Zucker was busy explaining we had a glitch, and yeah, we did tell everybody that to go vote tomorrow. Now, who's on glitch?
We lost our chat line.
We lost what?
You can't see the chat line. There
Oh.
we go.
Okay, sorry about that. I was fixing to bring up some rioting in the streets. I'll tell you what we'll do. Here,
Oh, you know another thing they've been talking about incessantly today?
uh-oh.
Never seen this in America before. On election day, the number of businesses that were boarding up their windows
Yeah.
in urban areas. I mean, this is like a third world country. Even Chris Wallace was speaking in horror about this. He said he went out with a walk with his son today, and he couldn't believe his eyes. He saw all these businesses boarding up because they're getting ready for what they know will be horrendous rioting later tonight, irregardless of who wins.
Yeah,
And again, remember, there have been towns where the home team won in that town, and they still rioted. They
Yeah,
turned
yeah.
over cars, burned the place, just rioted because they could riot.
yeah. This is where we're at, everybody. This is the country that we're living in, and this is the country that they want to deliver to us if Joe Biden wins. Or Kamala Harris wins. Let's put it that way. It's like OG just said. Biden, they're going to be there 6 months. Either he's going to get ill, they're going to kill him, or they're going to do an investigation on him. Imagine that they all of a sudden start really investigating Hunter Biden because they want to get rid of old Slow Joe. It's feasible. There's nothing you can say that they won't do to have their way. And if they do have their way, if they do, they are going to flood this country with illegal immigrants and secure their place as the #1 party forever. You won't go back. You're not going to be able to get it back. Whatever we lose, you're not going to get back. That's not going to happen.
You know, they've been building this scenario for years
Yeah.
to go in this direction, to go socialist, communist. I mean, it's the same in their mind, what they're planning on. It's
Yeah.
been going slowly, but there's been discussion today that if they are successful and they win, you will see this thing ramp up with speed that will blow your socks off, and we will never, ever see the United States that we know today.
Exactly. Exactly. It all hinges on what's going to happen here within the next few hours. We're going to know.
It says Trump wins Florida.
Oh, really?
Dr. Stephen Turley. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm getting this maybe a shot at what's going on out there in the world of what's with Wayne.
Yeah.
And
Biden's got 129. Trump's got 94 electoral votes.
wow,
They haven't declared Florida yet. It's still yellow. Illinois looks blue. Colorado is blue.
wow. Just a, we're going to show you what we're looking at, guys.
Yeah, Fox is saying too early to call Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin.
Here's what we're looking at right now. Texas, all of them in yellow have not been called. All of them in gray, same thing. So, what the hell is that, OG?
What?
Well, that reaches down to Florida, but it, I guess that's just a shadow. Yeah, that's a shadow around it. Interesting. Interesting. Well, we'll keep watching and hoping that this thing turns around and turns around quick. And so, it leaves you speechless, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Wow. Let me get our live stream back up and our chat box back up. You understand what that last one's saying there, OG?
What is? Oh.
We're reading the chat box. And yeah, I think we did discuss a minute ago that Biden and them gave up on Arizona. They didn't go back to campaign there at all.
He wants to know if he can post something without getting a shutdown or fined.
Well, OG's already, he's already in Facebook prison.
Yeah. Go for it, bud. The worst
Yeah,
they'll
go
do
for
is
it.
block you.
Yeah. Go for it. Yeah, at this point, we don't give a damn.
Iron Horse says he's in Florida and the governor is saying Trump won.
There you go. And I did hear the governor say that earlier today, too, that he thought that things were going to go their way tonight. So it's interesting. Hey, we're able to watch and monitor what you just saw a few minutes ago. It has not changed. It has not changed. And they are showing if you look right there on the screen real quick, like if I can get my damn mouse to go back over there.
It's there.
Huh? Oh, there it is. Right here. See that map they're showing of Texas right there? Oh, hell. It went away. A lot of red counties. A lot of red counties. That's a good sign. That's a good sign in Texas. And they're showing parts of, I think that's South Carolina. No, that's North Carolina. Yeah. A lot of red districts there. A lot of red.
The problem he's got in North Carolina is Charlotte.
Yeah.
Charlotte went blue.
Did it? Wow.
And that's a massive number for North Carolina.
Yeah. So that's Georgia? Huh. That's interesting. So they're looking county by county now, is what they're doing. So they'll be able to tell what's still out there, what votes are still out, and what the percentages are. So that should be interesting. So right now Trump is winning Florida, and I think he's going to carry Florida. And that'll surely help in the vote count. And
Get him back up close to Biden again, anyway.
do what?
It'll get him close to Biden on the
Yeah, that'll
electoral.
get his numbers up there with Biden, if not pass. We'll see. We'll see. Wow. It's an incredible thing, guys. And big tech has been busy all day blocking everything they can block, pulling every trick they can pull, and try and keep it to where you don't understand what happened. Or you may not even know you've been blocked. You may not even know they didn't put your post on your news feed like they've been doing to us. We can post on our news feed and it's gone quick. The other day I must have spent 2 hours going down all the posts on our news feed because stuff drops down pretty quick. But I was unable to find any of our last 3 posts. And some of it was our radio shows. Wasn't able to find them at all. They had disappeared. And I was running under the assumption that, on YouTube we have 6,500 subscribers. We're just not that big a threat to them. It's
Right.
not like others on YouTube that may have 100,000 subscribers, and they're getting blocked all the time. But I'm always able to find our videos and stuff we do. So I thought, well, YouTube is being pretty fair, and that is Google. It's the others that are playing all the games. They're the worst at it, which is Facebook, and now I guess at Instagram. Which I don't do much of that or much of the Twitter either. Although we do post our shows on there. We do post them on there. What it brings us is trolls. Yeah. They'll start attacking our websites, our Facebook sites. Some libs will. Which I don't mind. It just kind of shows who they are when they get on and act stupid. But, and so that right now they have that damn Juan Williams on, and he's on there talking about how the Democrats may expand their majority in the House. So that wouldn't change. I was hoping they would flip the House and we could get rid of that bitch. But it doesn't look like that may happen. I don't know. We just have to hope for the best. Still early. It's a race to 270 electoral votes. Right now, Biden is in the lead. Certainly is. But a lot of Trump's campaign people, when he went to these certain states, they were telling him, he had it in the bag. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't. This will be a sad night. Sad night if that happens. But you know what? When all is said and done, we're still fighting son of a bitches. We're going to fight for our Constitution. We're going to fight every bit we can along the way, along the slide to socialism. We will fight with every inch of our being. They're not coming to get my guns. Good luck on finding them. We have thousands and thousands of square miles in Texas. Find them.
We have an option to show or hide,
Yeah.
what Iron Horse said.
What did he say?
He said her ass needs to go.
Yeah, it does. Hang on. I'm going to make it visible. Here we go. There you go. I don't catch all those, but I try. There's nothing wrong with saying ass. And I said worse than that already. But I have a right to express myself any way I choose. So that's where we're at. Uh-oh. Said the Democrats have gained a seat in the Senate. That would be 3 needed to flip it. Wow. This would be the night of the living stupid people. I guess. Wow. So, as we discussed, the BLM and Antifa have been having Zoom calls for months. For months, planning on the things that they're going to be doing tonight. Number 1 is rioting in Washington, D.C. There at the White House, they've already put up these big fences, and the punks on the left, I guess, are going to try and tear them down. We'll see what happens tonight with that bunch, and we'll see where it goes. So here, I know this much. I'm locked and loaded here in the studio in my house. I'll put a pillbox on top of it. Wow, man, that's let me take another look at this one over here. Flip this thing and see if this has changed any.
New Mexico's looking blue.
Wow. I guess Biden left that because he decided it was his. He owned it. New Mexico is a Democratic state. Make no doubt about it. It is. Can you read that, what that says right there? Yeah, wait a minute.
Biden 118, I think it says.
We cannot believe what we're seeing. We cannot believe it. What do you guys think on the chat line? Ghost Eagle's always locked and loaded. There you go, guy. Yeah, you're right about that. The commies have infiltrated the country. And they're our own people. Yeah. We don't need Russia. We don't need the Chinese. We've got our universities. We've got the Democratic Party. That's what we have. And we have government entities that are in on it, that are actually letting people get away with treason and have been doing it for years. So we might be looking for another place to light. Maybe we'll flee to Venezuela. It may be better than anything Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris are going to deliver to us. But it's still early. This may not be decided tonight. It may not. See if the map is flipped. A lot of states out there not called. A lot of them. I imagine, I don't know, the 10 o'clock hour, we may know more. Philadelphia, they've been fighting all day long. They've been fighting all day long over voter fraud, over things what's been happening. Matter of fact is there was one poll watcher in Philadelphia. Now they gave the poll watchers certificates. They've been trained to poll watch. The Democrats had a blue certificate. Republicans had a gold certificate. Well, this one guy shows up that at a poll with his gold certificate, they wouldn't let him in. They refused to let him in. The reasoning is because they said some Republican poll watcher didn't allow somebody to come in and vote. Now, a poll watcher is just supposed to observe. He's not supposed to interfere unless he sees something wrong. And then they have a method for reporting it. They shouldn't not allow somebody in. Go ahead.
They can't directly confront an individual.
Right. So I don't know what that was all about, whether any of that was true, but they did that to refuse a innocent poll watcher access. What did they have going on that they didn't want anybody to see? And so that fight has been going on all day. That fight may end up in the courts. And it's one reason that we're seeing what we're seeing. But there is nothing that they will not do to win. And Republicans have never been able to grasp playing the game that they play. They don't know how, or don't have the wherewithal to fight. You know, used to it'd say, well, we'll reach across the aisle and work with them. All that ever happened to them was that if they reached across the aisle, they'd pull back a nub. You can't work with anybody that doesn't want to work with you. You can't work with anybody that doesn't want to listen to what you have to say. You can't work with those people. That's the reason it's useless to go out there and talk to these kids that are rioting in the streets every night. It's useless.
Now, wait a minute. Okay. The Fox map, New Mexico is gray.
Yeah.
It's not blue.
Yes.
So,
it depends on where you're looking.
yeah, we're looking at, okay, the Breitbart map shows New Mexico as blue.
Yeah.
Fox shows New Mexico as gray.
Right.
I guess gray means it's leaning towards blue, but it's not there yet.
Yeah. Well, I just don't. I think that gray means it's just too early.
Yeah. It's still Biden 129, Trump 94.
Yeah.
So Biden's got 35 electoral votes over Trump.
Yeah. Right now, he does.
Never thought I'd see that.
I didn't either. But
Our
I
hope
think
was
they knew he was going to get 100 something votes.
Our hope was it would be a total runaway.
Yeah. It should be. It should be. But half the country has no common sense. None. And they're all going off of, I guess, big tech is winning. They've said in the past that they can influence an election. They can do it. And of course, what we've seen, we see how they do it.
Well, another thing we're seeing too is those generation of school kids that we were watching here a few years back saying, what the hell's going to happen when they're old enough to vote? Well, by golly, we're beginning to see
That's
that.
exactly right. The teachers have taught our children well. They've taught them to be little communists. That's where we're at. And Pelosi's already out there saying that Coney Barrett, the new justice, is not legit. That they're going to go after her.
They can't touch her.
I guess they can stack the court. Well, I guess, yeah, they can do some shitty stuff. They can do it. Who's there to stop them?
They've been doing it to Trump for the past 4 years.
Who's there to stop them, everybody?
And apparently that's been okay with the American public because that's what's being reflected tonight
Yeah.
in the election.
Wow. Okay, what I'm gonna get rid of. All right, Geezer didn't show up. Here it goes, everybody. Watch the Geezer cam up there. Gone. He gone. So, Geezer, like you said, he must have got drunk.
He's enjoying his bourbon
That's right.
tonight.
Yeah.
It's Jim Beam and Coke.
Yeah. And so, just to show you guys, numbers are still the same. They haven't changed.
You got to show or hide up there. You want to show it.
Do I? Oh, okay. Yeah, so if they're elected, the corruption continues. It continues. There's nothing to stop them. Hunter Biden will get his job back. Joe Biden will enrich himself, and now a host of others who are out there doing the same thing, selling access. It's going to continue. It's not going to get cleaned up. And like OG said, I guess people are okay with it. You're okay with it. I'm not. But hey, the map did change, everybody. Get my mouse back over here, however the hell I get it over there. There it is. The map did change. We're closing there, 100 to 129. And the last thing I want to see is that damn Chris Wallace.
What did he pick up? Some of the Midwest stuff.
Yeah. North Dakota, South Dakota.
He only picked up 6, but
Yeah.
got him closer anyway.
Wyoming, Kansas. Yeah. There should be some more reds in there pretty quick. Yeah.
He picked up a House seat, too.
Yeah. So, well, Mitch McConnell has managed to survive the attack on him, and they were after him big time.
Yep. The only question's going to be what leadership role he's going to have.
Yeah.
Because it will depend on whether or not they maintain a majority.
Yeah,
He could be the minority leader.
he could be. Could you imagine? That puts Chuck Schumer back in the frickin' driver's seat.
Along with Nancy.
Yeah. Good Lord, help us. We need your help. Wow. What I'm going to do, I'm going to drift back over here, OG. Back on this other side. And we're going to go see what's going on. Oh yeah, here we go. Copy that. Bring it over here. Swing it over to this side.
This is in D.C.?
Yep. All right. You guys, we're going to have Washington, D.C. come up here in a minute. And we're going to see what's going on there. So as I do some cleaning up with it here. Skip the ad. No thanks. Here we go, guys. We're going to Washington, D.C. Hang on. Here we go. Look at that. So they're out. Now the guy in the bottom corner there, that's Jeff Mack, and I guess he's a former, or he is a musician, and he has started doing these late night YouTube deals with of the riots, and of course, these are the people that are gathering in Washington D.C. And of course, we'll see what they do later on tonight when they start their mess. And of course, the worst you can do is give a woman a bullhorn. Yep. That's the worst thing you can do. But I need to swing back over there so we can take a look at you guys on the chat line. There we go. So we're back over here where we can see what you guys are saying. So it matters you went into a polling place with no mask on? They didn't say a word to you? Wow. Yeah. That's interesting, guys. Your conversations are getting longer and more in depth. Yeah. But, yeah, let's pull this back up here, OG, so we can see it. Here it is. All right, so the polls are still closing in places like Iowa and places west of Iowa. So, is that North Carolina? Is that what they're talking about there?
Virginia. Oh, yeah, North Carolina.
Is that red? They got it checked?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, wait a minute. That could be Senate.
Oh, okay. They're talking about Senate races?
Yeah. Yeah, North Carolina's still yellow on the big map.
Yeah. I was getting excited there for a minute. I thought he just won North Carolina. Let's see. See, 95% of the votes in Florida?
Yep. 95% probability for Florida.
All right.
So Fox is getting closer to declaring.
Yeah. Wow. That's interesting, guys. Well, here, we'll swing back over here. Only because Wayne's got a good picture of it. That's a good shot. Now, Wayne is a Canadian, and he too is an entrepreneur that's been showing the riots every night. And so he depends on donations from his subscribers to fund his efforts because he's not working. He's out of a job, so this is what he started doing. And evidently it's paying him some money. So you too could be a internet entrepreneur. And Wayne has it down pretty good. There he goes. But he does, I do know that he also hire somebody to come in and do it. So that's the reason he has a great setup. I just see what he's fixing to do here. Is he fixing to call one?
Now he's going to look at the counties.
No. That's a lot of red counties. Yeah. That's a lot of red counties too. That's North Carolina. That's North Carolina. North Carolina was one of the first. They had the textile industries was one of the first industries affected by NAFTA. And how in the hell they could do this? Like I said, OG, it's just mind-boggling.
Well, Virginia blows my mind.
Yeah.
How the hell can Virginia?
All the people that moved down there from the north.
That's got to be it.
Yeah, I know that's it. I got cousins that live up there.
It's everyone.
And they're inundated with them.
They bring their politics with them.
Yep. And that's what's happening here in Texas, too. We have Californians. We have people from Michigan. We have people from all these other places, Wisconsin. And they bring their politics with them. Their politics are shit. Is what it is. And I guess Wisconsin is still open. Michigan looks like it's going Republican as of right now. And they're busy looking at the counties. Yeah. Wow, guys. Interesting as hell. Let's go here, guys. They're on the move. There they go. They're on the move. Now, this is what they do every night. They're up there beating drums and carrying on. Shining lights on these downtown apartment buildings, just bugging the hell out of everybody. Here's one sitting on something. Probably a mailbox full of ballots. Jeff Mack is now selling T-shirts. Always the entrepreneurs. We're not trying to sell you a T-shirt. I promise you guys. We're not going there. We may sell you a coffee mug since we get some ready. But no T-shirts. T-shirts are a pain in the ass. They're a pain in the ass. And then you got to, if you're going to get a quality one, you got to pay. You got to pay a higher price for a quality one. Although Harley seems to forget that at times. As much as they charge for their T-shirts, you would think they would be quality. But here we go again. Let me see. See if I got some sound of that. Now, Jeff Mack puts that music with it that you're hearing. That's not happening there. So, Kind of stupid, isn't it? Yeah, he add that music to it. For the longest there, I thought, man, they're beating drums and they're playing this stuff. It goes on and on and on, doesn't stop. But Jeff Max got that music looping. And, we're up to 109. Biden 129, Trump is 109.
The good news is Biden seems to have been stuck on 129 for a while.
Yeah, he has been stuck.
Trump is creeping up.
Yeah. Yeah. And Philadelphia, unless Trump wins by a bunch, it's not going to get called tonight. And especially after that Philadelphia Attorney General said today, he said, if all the votes are counted in PA, Biden will win if all the votes are counted. Meaning, if
including
all
the
the
ones
cheating.
in the trunk of my car.
Yeah. Maybe not the ones that were thrown in the gutter by the post office. Just saying. Hey, we can't let this happen again. Well, it's not going to happen again because we're not going to have any more elections where any of it's fair, ever. If Biden wins, they're going to make sure they're in office as long as they want to be. It'll be a one-party system. And probably what you'll see is Republicans switching parties.
Yep.
Yeah. Because they won't be able to win otherwise.
Yep, they'll walk across the aisle.
And that's what happens here in Texas. The reason we have rhinos and winos, the reason we have that is because they can't win here as a Democrat in certain places. You damn sure not going to win as a libertarian here. There's only 2 libertarians in the whole state that hold office. And they may be dog catchers, I don't know.
There can't be too many any place in the United States.
No, not really. Not really. Of course, their platforms began to be more acceptable because for years all they were concerned about was marijuana.
Yeah.
That's all they gave a damn about. And for the most part, when somebody comes up and tells me, hey, I might need your help, I'm running for office. Yeah, what party? Libertarian. Oh, hell. That's a kiss of death here in Texas. There's no way that works. Pedro Joe. So he says Trump's up 51% in Florida and Pedro Joe is 47 with 91% reporting. I don't think that's going to change very much. Yeah.
No, because everything was pretty much in on Florida except for the Panhandle.
Uh-huh.
And the Panhandle is a lock for Trump.
Yeah. Now, the Gary Kirkland show says he predicts Florida, Georgia, Miami, North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas will go Trump. I hope you're right.
Yeah. And Wisconsin.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I hope he's right. I'd rather see Trump right tonight get the damn electoral votes needed, the 270, tonight. Even without PA, Pennsylvania, for you guys that live in the gutter. For you rednecks, as Lady Gaga would say, God damn. Hey, you got to have people It's like I talked to our political consultant today. If Biden wins, I don't see any choice but to split this country up. It would be time for Texas to secede, but I don't think we have people in office now that have the balls to go there.
I was just going to say, we don't have anybody in office
Right.
with the balls.
Right.
But there will be a lot of turmoil. I don't think you'll ever see, when you talk Civil War, I don't think you'll ever see that happen like that in this country.
Here's one thing, guys. Here's one thing. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen when they destroy the Constitution and come for your guns.
That'll be the matchbox and the match and the tender.
When they start trying to do that, that's when it's time for everybody to stand up. And like I said tonight, there's 7 million first-time gun owners in 2020. And that was last reported in October of 2020. So just imagine how many more have been sold since October. So that that may be when the shit hits the fan.
It's damned hard to buy ammunition right now.
Yeah, it is.
You can get ammunition, but you're going to pay a premium price for the ammo that you can get.
If they win tonight, or if they win, period, talking Democrats, you've got till January 20th to stock up on ammo and anything else you can buy. First thing they'll do is probably add a tax to it. Make it where it's too expensive for you to buy. And for that, then, you have to go underground.
That's
They'll
right.
create a new underground. Not that there's not already for guns and ammo. So, we'll see. We'll see. Let me see. Somebody else is showing a map here. I don't know what the hell the pink means.
The pink I believe the pink means it's probably going to go red.
Uh-huh.
I think the gray, well, on that particular map, whose map are we looking at?
That is YouTube.
Oh, see,
That's first watch, something like that.
if you look at
First news.
if you look at Fox,
Mm-hmm.
the colors are a little more discernible.
Right.
Yellow is undecided. You've got obviously blue is Biden, red is Trump, yellow is undecided, and gray is it might go blue.
Yeah. We'll see.
Interesting, they still haven't declared Florida.
I know. Going back to our chat box. You're right, Ghost Eagle. They're going to make outlaws out of all of us. This is what's going to happen. All of a sudden, we'll be outlaws. They'll be looking for us, and they'll be looking for our guns.
Now, the interesting thing about Texas seceding, you know, like we say, we don't have anybody in office that has the balls to do it.
Right.
But as far as the world economy is concerned, Texas rates like number 3 in the world for economy,
Yes.
which is damn strong. And if you think about it, we have everything here we need within the boundaries of our state to be our own country, to be a sovereign nation once again. So Texas has everything it needs except the backbone in our political leaders. Now,
We would have to push them.
right, we would have to push them. I remember when Obama was in office, there used to be a lot of talk about secession,
Yeah.
and there were groups. And then when Trump came in, that kind of faded because there really wasn't felt there was a need. But if Biden gets in, I can see that coming back real strong.
Yeah.
And if things get bad enough out there where they start wanting to come for guns and all the other stuff, I can see some stuff happening. I mean, there's states. There's a state, I think it's Wyoming, where the feds cannot enforce federal law there relative to owning a gun, or, you know, dictating who can buy one and who can't. And if a federal agent tries to make a move within that state, they can get thrown in jail. So, you know, the sovereignty of the states will become important, and Texas sovereignty will be damned important. Now, it's a strong-willed state. Thank God our governor here not too long ago, if you remember the couple in Missouri that was brought up on charges for displaying weapons to protect their property, the Governor Abbott said that would not happen in Texas. We have the right to do that. So Texans are of a different mind. And we're a big believer in the Second Amendment. So I can't see Biden or Harris or any of those lunatics in Washington messing around with Texas much without Texas saying that's it, we're done, and passing the appropriate legislation here to at least isolate the state as far as sovereignty is concerned. As far as secession is concerned, I think that also has to be passed by Congress.
Well, the one thing for sure, there would be a big fight over it. There would be a big fight. Texas has its own electrical grid also.
Yep.
It doesn't need neighboring states. It doesn't need the federal government. Doesn't need any of that.
Texas is pretty independent,
Yeah,
and maybe there's reasoning behind that.
yeah. All we got to have is balls. And so I know there are plenty of people here in this state that do. But we also have plenty of people here that are moving in, and people down around Austin and Houston and maybe San Antonio that would not be willing to play ball. But we'll see. We'll see. So Wayne went back to his regular thing that he does, ever the entrepreneur. And what we're seeing right here, we're seeing protests in Seattle, Washington, Wisconsin, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, PA. I mean, the list runs it on. He just made it smaller. And so, look, this is what they're doing there. Here's a DJ playing music and stuff. That's what the protests have turned into. Yeah. That's the reason I quit watching a lot of them, because it just wasn't interesting. There wasn't enough there to hold you, keep you watching.
Boring
Boring as hell.
would be the key word here.
Boring as hell. Let me see if I can find another feed here. It's got some information on it. Just a minute. Let's see what these guys are doing. Let me look here. Yeah, this son of a bitch doesn't want to cooperate. Oh, that's the poll watcher.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was denied entrance in Philly.
Yeah.
He didn't deny anyone else. He was denied.
Yeah. Well, he was denied, but they used the excuse that another poll watcher had denied somebody entry. That's the reason they wasn't going to let him in. Because of some bullshit. And so I'm busy closing some things down so we can add more. And, okay, Wayne's back. Let's see what he's doing now. North Carolina's pretty slim right there.
Well, Wayne's showing Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's showing Fox News and all the so-called riots.
41, 49-1, 49-7, North Carolina.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And
we're showing Trump with 0.6%
it's 90% of the
lead.
vote is in North Carolina.
Trump might squeeze out.
He might squeeze out a win there. That would be good. That would be good, everybody.
North Carolina, there's another one showing.
Wyoming's going to Trump. I think that was already marked, wasn't it?
I think so.
Let me swing over here and see if I can find another feed. Well, Biden's still stuck at 129.
Trump's leading in Utah, Montana. Trump leading in Utah and Montana. The races are too early to call.
It is too early?
That's what it says.
Yeah. Okay, I can grab that link. Copy it. Swing it over to here. If I can get my mouse to go over there. There it goes. Damn, that pisses me off, OG, when that won't when that won't work right for me. Okay. Web browser. I'll show you guys what we were looking at. Let's see. Now I can handle Brett Baer. And Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota races too early to call. And so Trump is whipping ass in North Carolina. Oh, God. How funny. Okay, let's go down here. Oh, you guys, here's the other thing we were looking at. There you go. And Biden's still stuck at 129. That would be nice if he would stay there the whole night.
Yeah. Pennsylvania, Biden 46%, Trump
All right.
50.8.
All right.
Now that I can't see what percentage of the vote is in on
I
Pennsylvania.
can't see it either. It may show up down there. No, that doesn't show percentage either. Wow. Can't quite make out what the percentage is, guys. Maybe if I make it bigger. Oh, here we go. Lackawanna County.
Yeah, he goes county by county.
Yeah. That video's rendering, that's not us, that's Wayne. No, that's Fox News.
Yeah. What he does is he will go back and forth.
Uh-huh.
He shows you what's going on real time, and then he'll say, okay, how did Trump do against Hillary in this county?
Uh-huh.
And it's a comparison. Is he doing better or worse in 2020 than he did in 2016?
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting.
Hey, I do believe that Michigan governor is getting his ass whipped. Or her ass.
Hers? Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Thought I saw that a while ago. Wow. It is interesting how 80% in. Look at all those red counties. Look at that.
Yeah, but see, the problem is
Don't
the
yell me. Don't you sound like that?
the population of the county.
Yes,
We're looking at counties out in the sticks.
he sounds like that gal on Fox News in the morning that says, "Well, we had a great economy, but." I know what you mean, OG. Man. What do you think this does to us as bikers? Because we depend heavily on the Constitution to
Absolutely.
allow us to be able to fight these court battles that we go through over the stupid things that happen to us.
I don't really know, what their bend is towards bikers, Biden and Harris. I don't know that they may have any particular opinion. The problem is that what they're about to do is going to screw up everybody's well-being, income, and the whole bit. So, it affects everybody, including the bikers.
Mm-hmm.
So, society starts to go to hell. It takes some money to be able to enjoy your bike. There's
Yeah.
maintenance. You know, you want to put a good oil in your bike, it ain't cheap. Uh, so, you know, it'll remain to be seen what their bend is towards the existing laws and other laws that they put into place. But they're going to screw up the economy. They screw up the economy, that tends to screw up everything. And what's Biden and Harris always talked about with guns? They want to ban them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Bikers are pretty pro Second Amendment. So, you know, they try and strip that right away. What's going to happen? You know, are law enforcement actually going to come for our guns, or are they going to tell them to screw off?
You know, there are Second Amendment sanctuary cities, Milam County being one.
Yeah.
Where we had a young gentleman facing trial for criminal carry when he was not criminally carrying. He had a permit to have that weapon, and just because he's in a motorcycle club, he's facing fines and prison time and whatever else. He's fighting it. He's fighting it. So, you know, and just think, the judge that is trying to pin these charges, and also the DPS on this biker, they were participants in the Second Amendment sanctuary city in Milam County. But I don't guess they really believe in that. What we have happen, LT?
Says, well, YouTube was trying to block it. James Provo was saying Pennsylvania stopped counting for the night and Trump is leading. Watch the shitstorm come all of a sudden. There's going to be missing ballots tomorrow.
Yeah. There you go.
Entirely possible. Entirely possible. I would put nothing past them.
Why would they stop counting? Hell, here in Texas, they hired more people to get their job done.
Well, they stopped counting because Trump was ahead.
Come on, guys. And that's the reason Trump has batteries of lawyers waiting for this kind of shit. Waiting for it. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable.
Well, Trump's finally leading in Texas.
There you go.
Leading in Utah. Looks like the national popular vote, he's more than 1 million ahead of Biden.
There you go. Oh, that ad will get off of there. Nothing I can do about it, guys. One of the better sites to look at tonight. So they got two independents. Yeah, it looks like Arizona's going to go to Biden. Arkansas. Has that already been called, Arkansas?
Yeah, I think Trump took Arkansas, I believe.
Let's go here. Here's a good shot. Looks like Trump is still maintaining that lead in
Excuse
Florida.
me.
Georgia, 56% in. He's got a lead. Fuckers in Illinois. What the problem, guys? Forklifts unloading pallets of ballots from trucks. Where's this? Yes, we are the common take it state. Yeah. Well, it depends on where you're driving your semi at. But a knife will work. Unless you're bringing a knife to a gunfight. Remember, that's what Obama said. He's the one that started all this get in your face bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember he became extremely belligerent
Yeah,
one year and said, remember, we won.
yeah,
That's the way they get.
yeah. But now that the shoe's on the other foot and Republicans have won some elections, well, they think that doesn't count. They still want to think they won. Yeah. And so Trump is winning the popular vote right now. Wow. Isn't that interesting? I don't think Texas, well, they haven't showed much data on Texas. But not everybody on the chat line's from Texas.
No. Got a lot of people that aren't.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let's see what's happening at the riots, boys. Here we go. You know, these guys, I don't know what they're using to do their videoing with, but they need to clean the damn lens. That's not much of a riot, guys. Now they do know, and they probably don't get out till about 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. But they do know nowadays if they're arrested there in D.C., they're arrested by the feds. Yeah. It's not the kindergarten police.
Well, they said they had a pretty strong security perimeter around the White House tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want a repeat of what happened prior.
Yeah. And Trump is maintaining a lead in Texas. I didn't see what the percentage of the count was. Of course, it may not have shown it.
See, I don't understand. It says Virginia Biden is 45%, Trump is 52%, and they're saying Biden won Virginia.
Yeah, I don't know how that either.
That just
I saw
blows
that.
my mind.
I saw that.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Yeah. Washington, D.C. is the richest, one of the richest cities in America. Why?
Right.
Because of lobbying. People are bringing in millions of bucks and dumping it in there to those politicians.
.73% of Arizona's in. Biden's 53%.
Yeah.
Trump waxed Biden's rear in Arkansas.
Yeah. Colorado's the same situation that, you know, the people out of California invaded it, and so it's screwed up. Of course, he was going to win Delaware. He'd been there forever.
91% of the votes in on Florida, and Biden's 47%.
Yeah. Wow, guys. It is 9:30, guys. 9:30.
If it's 9:30
Central Standard Time.
Eastern Time. No, it's Central Standard
Yeah.
Time. Okay.
Louisiana. They hadn't shown a map in a while.
She voted for Biden.
Oh, she's a teacher.
Yep.
She's a communist. Here we go, guys. Let me show you one. There you go. So she voted for Biden. Isn't that something? A half-wit. That's probably one that shot us the finger the other day in the Trump train.
Right.
Let's see if this one's changed any. I don't understand their map. Oops. Here we go. I'm looking for another feed, guys. It looks like the the rioters are on their best behavior, but they're probably walking down to a place to where they're all going to gather up. Is what they're doing. Huh. Like I said, the protests have gotten boring. Really boring. Unless they start burning and looting and all that kind of stuff. This stuff so far tonight looks pretty tame. So far.
I don't think they're going to get too violent until looks like Trump's winning.
Right. Right. Yeah, we'll close that one. Let's go back over here and see what else we can find.
Breitbart hasn't changed.
Yeah, it hasn't changed much at all. Somebody's falling asleep on that one. Huh. There we go. Here we go, back to Jeff Mack and the filthy screen. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing is changing.
Nope. They're not declaring anything anymore.
Okay, back to the chat line. That's exactly right, brain damage. People are voting not because they like Joe Biden. Yeah. Simply because they don't like Trump. They're right.
Now Biden will take a big jump
Yeah,
as soon as they declare California.
that's right. So Biden is not going to be around long. They're going to get rid of him quick if he wins.
It'll just be interesting to see if it's going to be a funeral
Yeah,
or if they're going to declare him incompetent.
right. Either
Which
one.
Pelosi's already set the stage for that.
It'll be a funeral, he'll be declared incompetent, or it'll be his business dealings. They'll get him out of there quick. He'll have to resign. He won't want to be dragged through the mud and lose his millions. So he will resign quick.
Yeah, that's definitely a third option.
Yeah, yeah. That's what will happen.
Trump 115.
Uh-oh. We're closing in there, guys. They're going to be calling Florida for him. They're going to be calling Texas for him. The list is going to run on and on. Yeah. And the big fight is in Pennsylvania. That's where the big fight's at. And the lawyers, who knows? Who knows? But this is what the Democrats wanted. They wanted chaos, and that's what they're going to deliver. And they've been delivering it, whether it's been with phony trials, impeachments, with and then the COVID, making things worse than they need to be, scaring people to death, telling them the vaccine's no good. They wouldn't take it. They wouldn't take it if it's under Donald Trump's watch. We'll see what happens if it happens under Biden's watch, how fast they jump on it and take it. They'll be changing their tune. The Bidens will. Look what we did. Look what we did. Just like they're claiming Trump didn't have, that there wasn't a revived the economy. It didn't happen. The Trump economy didn't happen. All that was the good economy that Obama left him. He benefited off Obama's good economy, which was trash, really. Nobody made any money. Slowest recovery in history. That's what it was. Wow. Who's this? Utah? They just called it for Trump? Okay. Utah. Oh, God. Sorry, guys, that was late. Utah was just called for Trump. And let me tell you, in Michigan, the people down ballot, Republicans are whipping ass. Yeah, they are. Wow. Wow. So Hispanics are voting for Biden. That's not surprising to me, OG. Although they know, they do understand money, they do understand jobs. But sometimes they seem to be single issue voters. And it's all about getting their families across the border. Just my opinion. Yeah. So they're comparing Trump standing up for his beliefs compared to Biden, who doesn't. Biden flip-flops on every issue, depending on whether he thinks it's going to get him votes. Yeah. 49% in Wisconsin. Trump is leading. Wow. So California closes here pretty soon. But we know how California's going to go. We would be shocked if it was to go Trump. But we know that's not probably going to happen. So we'll see what happens to the stock market if Biden wins. Everybody's going to be running for cover. Now, OG, you play the market. What do you think? Disaster?
I watched it today, and it's been going up, and that's only because the stock market believes Trump is going to win.
Right.
So it's, when the stock market goes up, that means everyone's buying.
Mm-hmm.
But according to the analysis, and it looks like, it's still climbing tonight. I haven't had an opportunity to dial in. I watched the S&P 500 futures. But it looks like it's still going up tonight. I can guarantee you, if they start declaring Biden as a winner, or it looks like Biden's winning, there's going to be a massive sell-off.
Yeah.
It's going to take a dive. You're going to think you're in a submarine.
Wow. Okay, Matters, I made that where it could be shown. YouTube blocked it. Yeah. Yeah. What's happening is there, Matter says, I have no problem. Someone from another country coming here to live and work. To get your ass here legally. That's true. That would be the first thing to do. You got that right. Brain damage, they'll be jumping out the windows. Yeah. I, I guess those moms aren't thinking about their damn 401ks.
Nope.
That is their future nowadays. There's fewer and fewer companies that offer retirements like I have, where the company gives you a retirement. Now it's your 401k. And just think about what they're planning on doing with their goofy plans and their goofy green agenda. They are going to screw this country up. Just called New Hampshire went for Biden. Well, imagine that. They only 130-something thousand votes. Hell, that's one of our small counties.
Yep. Well, Biden has jumped to 133.
Yeah. 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 So did you notice the picture they just showed of Biden and then the picture they showed of Trump at the same side by side? Biden's all smiling,
Yeah.
and Trump, they got a face where he's not smiling.
He's frowning.
Yeah, frowning. Wow. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. I let that run a little bit too long. Tennessee. Well, we're reading, guys. Trying to make sure what we're saying here. Let you see here. We still got some big states to come in. You guys want to hear what they're saying? Have to make sure the audio's not echoing.
We talked about the fact that this was either going to be a landslide for Biden, that was the one option that was on the table, or a really tight race, and it's looking like it's shaping up to be the latter.
I think, any idea that there was going to be a blue tidal wave, that is absolutely impossible now, it looks like, and especially because you see North Carolina so close, and Tillis is able to win his seat there, because think about it, Cal Cunningham, the Democratic challenger, he had a big sex scandal about a month ago, on the same day that Tillis comes down with COVID. And what happened? Tillis stepped on the gas in order to campaign. Cunningham really kind of went silent. He didn't want to answer questions or anything. And so it's almost like he sat on that lead and he watched it fade. And to the point about New Hampshire, I really thought that Trump would be able to win New Hampshire, given that he'd only lost it by 2,700 votes, and there was so much enthusiasm up there for him. But think about what the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, did for President Trump. Takes a look at that and says, that might not work, but where did they focus? Way down in Florida. And you think about Donna Shalala, who was the former Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then she's a congresswoman. She lost her seat tonight, the Democrat. And Maria Salazar, the Republican challenger, is going to pick up that seat. Now, can they replicate that kind of support from Latinos and Cubans from that Miami-Dade area across other places? Possibly so, and that could be a big difference maker between when some of these states.
Yeah, I see Ghost Eagle, Oregon is open carry. I wish Texas was. Well, it is open carry to a point
with a permit.
with a permit, yeah. But it needs to be constitutional carry. It's truly what it needs to be. And so this is going to be a tight race. This is not going to end anytime soon, guys. Anytime soon.
With that being said, I'll leave you at the helm, Popeye.
There you go. There you go.
I'm gonna go get a stiff one.
All right.
And try and calm my nerves.
There you go. And that's what it's going to take tonight is stay the course no
Yep.
matter what.
Hang in there and maintain,
Yeah.
but be ready for anything.
All right.
I'll see you all next Tuesday.
Be careful going home, OG. Be careful. I was chasing a mosquito. All right. I'm going to stand up for a while. Let me adjust this mic. There we go. So, you guys, let's take a look here. Right here. So if you're going to go to a protest, there's just going to be a lot of walking around. And people screaming on bullhorns. That's what these protests have turned into. Even the ones, let me see here. Are they attacking that truck? Now, I guess they're riding it. Now, sometimes those trucks, see them shining the lights up there on these apartment buildings? That's crazy. But what I started to say, sometimes they use those trucks and those vehicles to be carrying their weapons. And these people are coming ready for trouble. You see the umbrellas. You see the gas masks. And they're trying to make just as much noise as possible to wake everybody up. Let me see. We'll make that one. We'll make that one live for a minute. We'll put some sound to it and see if we can hear what's going That was Portland, and they've been doing that in Portland for months. Months. Roaming through the downtown streets, just screaming, carrying on. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And the people there put up with it. They put up with it. They could care less. The people that are riding, I mean. Let me see. Let's go back to the chat line. Yeah, Texas can, if they have the will. You have to have the will, first of all, of the people to put people in place that will execute a secession. You understand? You got to understand the legal hurdles there are with secession. And of course, they're not going to want to let that happen. And like I said, if Biden wins, you're going to see eventually Republicans jump into the Democratic Party because they won't be able to win as Republicans. Because like we said, they're going to flood the country with illegal immigrants. And if you know anything about immigrants that make it to the shores of this country, they will vote for the party or the president that put them into office. Yeah, they will. Vietnamese vote Republican because they came in under a Republican administration. So you kind of see what I'm talking about here. Trump is leading in Pennsylvania. And he's leading big, I do believe. So it may not make any difference about their damn mail-in voting and all their cheating. Yeah. In these counties, he's winning big. So we'll see. Missouri has been called for Trump. Wow. I'll let you see what's going on here. I'll also let you hear it.
To make sure that the vote goes smoothly, and that's why they said we're going to punt on the mail ballots until tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mentioned the blue-collar work. I think this is fascinating, guys. We talked about it earlier. Just want to double back a little bit to a moment here in northeastern Ohio. Here's what I want to show you. Okay, wow. It just changed yet again. In 2016, we knew Trump was in the game when northeastern Ohio was flipping. From 2012, it was all Democrat. 2016, the president flipped these counties. In 2020, look where they are again. Here is the point now, okay? Up here in Trumbull, Ashtabula County, president's got 60% of the votes. 4 years ago, same number here, he had 60% of the votes. 2020 down here in Trumbull County, 54.6. 4 years ago, he's outperforming his number from 4 years ago. What does that mean? That means that blue-collar Democrats who crossed over and voted for President Trump are still with him in 2020. So you can make the case now, if these voters are with him on the eastern border of Ohio, so too is the same in Pennsylvania on the other side of the border there. And that is something that will play out in days to come.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, let's go live now to Columbia, South Carolina, winning Republican Senator Lindsey Graham speaking in his acceptance speech, defeating Democrat Jamie Harrison, who spent $104 million in that race. Let's listen.
$104 million.
Forget about the blocking and tackling of politics. I will never take my eye off the ball of taking care of the state interest in Washington. Now, I also want to find common ground where I can. Aren't you glad that this election's coming to an end? I've had 2 calls already. One from President Trump. He's going to win. He's going to win. To all the pollsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing. And to all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics. I got a call from Mr. Harrison. Jamie, thank you. He was very gracious. He created an incredible campaign for the first time he's ever run for office. He raised more money than the history, and anybody in the history of the United States Senate. I think I got a lot to do with that. But Jamie, I appreciate the phone call. I will do my best to unite us where I can. You're a good father. You're a good husband. You're a good man. And I look forward to working with you where I can. And congratulations to all the people who worked on your behalf. Now, this is the thank you time, and I'll try not to keep us here forever. But I've got so many people to thank. From the day I got into this business until now. I am the least self-made man in politics. So, Governor, thank you for introducing me everywhere we went. I'm going to steal all your jokes. And the Lieutenant Governor and we just were a great team. But I'm going to start with my family behind me. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much, sweetheart. Your ad made me cry. That's about the only ad that I would watch, but I couldn't get through that one. But Larry and Emily and Nicole, you have my heart to my end. Vernon Maynell can't be with us, thinking about y'all. To the Ball family, you're very much my family.
Wow. Well, he was in the fight for his political life. Senator Graham was. I mean, they were coming after him big time, like they're doing to many of the candidates here in Texas and around the nation, where these liberal politicians have just been slinging money everywhere, slinging it everywhere, trying to flip these states and trying to hang on to what they have and expand on it. Now, I hate the fact that Nancy Pelosi may be able to keep the House, because that means the games will continue to be played. They're going to go after Donald Trump like nobody's business. They'll try and impeach him again, instead of working for us, the people. I mean, isn't everybody sick of it? I know I am. I know you gotta be. It's time that they just, well, they call California for Biden. Big surprise. Big surprise. 55 votes, electoral votes he just got. And then more from Oregon. Big surprise there too. No surprise at all. Just call Idaho for Trump. He got 4 electoral votes. But we still have Texas. We still have Florida. We still have North Carolina in play. Looks like Ohio's coming down the path. Hey, look, it ain't over till it's over. That's the truth. And Biden's now at 207 electoral votes. That is frightening. That is fucking frightening. We got to win all the big ones. We got to win them. We got to run the tables. It's what we need to do. Georgia looks like it's headed toward Trump. Let's hope it stays that way. Wow. That is crazy, guys. I never thought it would be this close. This would be a Trump landslide. But maybe the mainstream media, big tech, and all those people have more power than we think. But Charles Kopich is right. God moves mountains. And men moves God's heart through prayer. That's true. And we need to be praying right now. We certainly do. But we knew California was coming for Biden. We knew that was going to happen. And so, we're still hanging on to the Senate so far. We'll see. We'll see. This is getting down to the nitty-gritty. It didn't take them long to call California, did it? Yeah. I'm sure that makes Chris Wallace just tinkle in his jeans. And our chat, our live chat went to a crawl. Everybody's stunned. I do believe. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Okay, Florida was just called for Trump. All right. All right. Good. Good. This thing is going to go down to Pennsylvania, I do believe. And that's where the big battle will take place. Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Wow. All right, 148 to 207. We still got some big ones to go, guys. Surprised Texas hasn't been closed. Here we go. All right, I'm going to go see if I can find I'm going to let you guys listen to this while I take a break for a minute. I will be right back. Yeah, I don't blame you, brain damage. That's what I'm fixing to do. I want to let you guys listen to this while I take a break.
But he's not the strongest guy that ever lived, and he will be under terrible. If his party has control of everything, I think he'll be powerless to resist that. If, however, the Republicans hold the Senate and will block that, I think that will leave him in a better position going forward. The other side of that story is that if Trump wins and the Democrats control the Senate, I think there will be pretty stymied there between the House and the Senate for him going forward, and that would be true even if the Senate stays Republican. So what the next 2 years is going to look like, a lot will depend on how that. A lot will depend on how.
If President Trump were to win and lose the Senate, you'd be looking at the kind of history that we've seen from the House across both houses, and it's worth pointing out as well.
Gridlock, which people may like.
Yeah, with Florida. Florida was a must-win state for President Trump.
Absolutely.
So he has checked that box successfully, and as we begin the process here of going through these battlegrounds.
No Republican has won the White House without winning Florida.
Correct. And what strikes me on Florida, early in the evening, I was talking about Latino vote. Hillary Clinton did 10 points worse in Miami-Dade. And tonight, Donald Trump went 10 points lower than that. I mean, so the Latino vote has gone for Donald Trump in an astounding way, to my mind, but it's concentrated in Miami-Dade among those Cuban-American voters. If you look just down the line in Florida, you would see Latino men 59-39 Biden, women 64-34. And you might think, oh, well, gee, they went for Biden. But in fact, as I'm trying to explain, those numbers are 10% lower than what Hillary Clinton achieved. So they actually, Donald Trump did better here in this race than he did in 2016 in those races. The other point that strikes me at this juncture in the evening, Martha, is if you're thinking about Pennsylvania and Michigan as outstanding at this point, that the votes are not being counted, we're really getting into the issue of whether or not how the courts are going to deal with this. Which votes are going to be counted, which votes are not going to be counted. Previous court decisions that left Pennsylvania, for example, able to count votes 3 days after the election day.
Can I pick up on that because Jackie Heinrich, our very able reporter covering Joe Biden, says that the Biden campaign is now saying this could well come down to counting the votes in those upper Midwest states, Pennsylvania, I kind of am taking it from the east to the Midwest, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Bob Bauer, who's the general counsel of the Biden campaign, is already beginning to talk about lawsuits and the fact that the Trump campaign has tried to block some of the voting post-election in Pennsylvania. They've lost so far, but the president talked about that a lot on the campaign trail. What he said was a terrible decision by the Supreme Court to allow counting of the ballots after Election Day in Pennsylvania. That will end back in the courts, and you now have a different court because Amy Coney Barrett is going to be on there. She wasn't making those decisions in the first place, so because she wasn't on the court yet. So as much as we don't want it to happen, a lot of this may be litigated in the court.
I think listen, you've got Pennsylvania, you've got North Carolina, you've got Ohio. Ohio's starting to look a little bit better for President Trump. North Carolina seems like it's looking a little bit better for Joe Biden. But again, it's early. Pennsylvania's not going to be decided tonight. But on Florida, both campaigns spent a lot of capital in Florida. Not just ads, but actual time.
Absolutely.
Going there.
Absolutely. The Biden was there. What was it? Thursday? I think Thursday this week. Obama went down on Monday. And, looking at this number, Hillary Clinton lost Florida 4 years ago by 1.2 points. Trump tripled his margin over Biden as to what he had been.
If you were trying to pick out a state where people would be most concerned about coronavirus, Florida, with a heavy senior population, seems to be that state. And obviously that's an issue that we all believe cut heavily in favor of Joe Biden. And yet Trump carries the state and does better than he did 4 years ago.
I'm now going to get myself in trouble with the Fox voter analysis, because we've been looking at this all night, and the Fox News voter analysis tends to show the women, big margin for Biden, men much more close. So, I mean, if you look at these numbers, it would seem in almost every state that Biden was headed for victory. The actual votes haven't counted, which makes me think that a poll is one thing, and actual turnout on Election Day is a different one, and that, as we've pointed out before, that the ground game of the get-out-the-vote operation of the Trump campaign has really come to their own.
It also raises an question, Chris, don't you think, that some of these people may have been among those who were shy Trump voters, including women, who didn't want to tell anybody they would vote for Trump? Because among women, he was thought to be unpopular and he was thought to have offended.
Well, that was kind of interesting what they were saying there. And, wow, guys, Let me catch up with what's going on here on the chat board. Well, Iron Horse, I'll tell you how it's looking. It's looking like it's going to come down to Pennsylvania probably. At least that's what it looks like. And this thing, like you just heard them say, may end up back in the courts over these mail-in ballots and counting votes 3 days after the frickin' election. Really? And now that we have a new person on the Supreme Court, a person that will use the Constitution as her guide, will be in on this next decision on these votes. Let me tell you, there shouldn't be any mail-in voting by the frickin' post office, handled by the damn post office. This should be handled by election commissions, should be absentee ballots, should be no mail-in voting. And it needs to be counted election night. We should know who our president is on the election night. Not 3 days from now, not 2 weeks from now, not a month from now. We should know it tonight, and Americans should demand it. Demand it. That your vote must be in, and it must be counted on November 3rd. Period. Period. And not this mess that they've created, that the Democrats have created. We can't have these elections drag on like this. But I will say this much, like we just said, if Biden wins, there's not going to be any more elections like this. There will not be. It'll be third world shit, is what it'll be. They'll win no matter what. No matter what we do. Some people were talking about, hey, some of the reasons some of the Republicans wasn't getting behind Donald Trump is because they were waiting to run themselves in 2024. The hell with that. 2024, if they win, they don't stand a snowball's chance in hell. That's asinine. That's asinine. So, but that's exactly right, guys. It's election day, not election week. That's true. That's right. Ohio, Michigan, Texas, and Wisconsin will help Trump. That's right. They'll help. And then we need Philadelphia. We need Philadelphia. We do. And I do have to believe in those damn states that have been shut down. I can imagine that everybody's just not pissed off to no end. We've been open in spite of the damn COVID. You can't lock yourself up in the house. You can't do it. And so let me see. In the Senate, let me see, Democrats have 0. I didn't see, I thought it was +1 a while ago on the Senate. Yeah. So there's still Arizona. I'm looking, guys. Let's look here at the map. This is the best map out there that I've seen. I've looked around the internet for some other stuff that may be better. This is really the better one. That's a sea of red there in Ohio. Ah. Michigan, we're doing good in Michigan. And you know, they're pissed off at their damn governor so bad they can't see straight. And she ought to be having her ass thrown out of office. In Minnesota, you can't get the state to turn red. I do believe that. Yeah. Now, OG's son still lives up there in Minnesota, and you know he was in that 3rd precinct when it got attacked. Yeah, he was. And so, yeah, he's now retiring from the Wisconsin or the Minnesota Police Department, like many others did. They've lost not quite half of their police force there in Minnesota, and especially in that city. Wow. And his son was a hell of a cop, let me tell you. He had a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, he did. And Trump is whipping butt in Kenosha City, Wisconsin. That's true. Wow. So now they're looking at pass to 270 votes is what they're trying to figure out right here. So we need to see a red to come up here pretty quick. Is what we need. I'm surprised Texas hasn't been called. Let me see something here. Pulling up something here. They haven't called Texas yet, and let me say this, that 75% of the precincts have been reported, 38 electoral votes out of Texas, and Trump is leading in most of the counties. There are still counties with no results. That's unbelievable. Including Dallas. What some dicks. So we still have a lot of places, counties that haven't even reported yet, and they've been closed for hours. But we got a lot of red in this in the state of Texas. But they just say they're not ready to call it. Wow. That's interesting. we may not know Texas for a while neither. Let me see. Okay, they call Arizona for Biden. Who the hell would have thought not? We're not going to know tonight, guys. I do believe we're not going to know. If it does happen, it'll happen in the wee hours of the morning. But it looks like it's going to come down to Philadelphia, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Texas. I do believe Texas will go Trump, and he will get those electoral votes. I can't believe they haven't. There's counties that haven't even reported counting any damn votes. Yeah, I don't. How'd that happen in Arizona, Ghost Eagle? And it wants to, Matters Workshop wants to recount. Yeah, I want a recount of every damn one of them where they're cheating like hell. So, unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Here, I'm looking at the, I thought they might be fixing to make an update. They haven't called Georgia yet. Biden's at 218, brothers. 218. That's frightening as hell. Wow. South Carolina, 197. Oh, he's showing how it can happen. Wow. Nevada's probably blue. This is going to go down to one hell of a fight. Look at this, guys. I'm going to show you. This is potential when the others get called, where we're at right here. 246 with 3 states left right there. Boom, that goes blue. Wow. Oh, man. Look at that. What are you showing there? Wow. Wow.
Good too. Does that check out with you?
Yeah, but
Yeah, but what?
well, if you give, that's 270.
260.
He gets there. Biden does. I mean, I'm giving him the 3 Midwestern
Gotcha,
states.
sorry, I couldn't say that.
Yeah. So it's getting really tight.
Sorry, Brett, just to be clear, you gave him Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
All 3. And then I gave Pennsylvania to President Trump.
Yeah, there you go. 272.
We don't know Mississippi Senate yet.
Holy crap.
I don't think so.
I'll get back to you, Britt.
They're playing with us. 20 years ago was the hanging Chad. Now we got iPhones in our pockets.
Right.
Come a long way.
And we're going to be doing the fading postmark in Pennsylvania, is my guess. We'll see.
All right, Dana, what do you think? Where do you think we stand here? I mean, this basically is going to last definitely beyond tonight.
Well, I don't want to underplay that moment when Bill Hemmer is at the board and he clicks on Arizona and is like, wait, what just happened there? And that actually changes the
Yellow check mark.
I thought it was user error, Dana. Can I tell you, if you want a nightmare scenario, we've already mapped it out on the calendar, and this is what we can tell you. If you have contested races in these battleground states, in Pennsylvania, if your ballot is postmarked today, Martha, you just mentioned that, right?
Yep.
If it's postmarked today, they'll still count it as of Friday. This was fought in the U.S. Supreme Court, but went back to the state of Pennsylvania. Iowa, if it's postmarked yesterday, November 2nd, they'll count it 6 days from now. Minnesota, Nevada is a week, North Carolina is 9 days, and Ohio is a full 10 days as it reverts back to election day. So that could be, I mean, this could be something that we have to start thinking about very soon.
Okay, that's good stuff. Chris Wallace.
Well, I don't want to hear Chris Wallace. That's the last fucker I want to hear from. That scenario they just showed is, like I said, fucking frightening. Just frightening. Well, the reason they're showing, the reason they're calling Arizona is off of past. They're using past voting records from 2016, and they're looking at how those counties went. So they're calling them based on that, and is how things are trending. That's what they're doing. Now, whether it ends up that way or not, I don't know. So it's too early to call Philadelphia, too early to call Michigan, too early to call Minnesota, too early to call Texas. This is going to run on and on and on, and some of these places don't have to count their ballots for a week from today. So just think about that. Some of them a week to 10 days from today is what we're talking about here. And Arizona's got 73% of the vote in. That's the reason they're calling it. Wow. And Biden's got 53% to Trump's 45%. He's not going to make that up. Biden's ahead by 290,000 votes. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where we're at. Yeah, man, I can't stand Chris Wallace. Just can't take him at all. But hey, man, this is crazy. Wow, crazy. Hispanic voters in Arizona, 61% for Trump. I mean for Biden, 61%. The Hispanic voters really let me down. Really let me down. I thought they understood, you know, the value of a job, the value of a paycheck. So let me say this. They're going to understand the value of a job. They're going to understand when the economy goes to hell and people start mowing their own yards, doing their own yard work because they can't fucking afford it. That's going to be the truth of it. That's going to be the truth of it. They're going to get it then. New Mexico, they're calling for Biden. That figures, though. That figures. We got to put up a firewall here. Yeah. You see what I mean about the difference between the two pictures there? Yeah. And Cornyn beat Hagar. Now, Hagar was a sheep in wolf's clothing. She said she was going to go to the Congress and stir things up, or Senate. She was going to go there and stir things up as a Democrat. Yeah, she's going to stir it up all right. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what Kamala Harris was calling Ghost Eagle. She was telling all the illegals to get out there and vote. And that's where we're headed, everybody. That's where we're headed. They're going to give the frickin' illegals the right to vote, is what they're going to do. Yeah. Think about that. So we're slowly losing the Senate, it looks like, maybe. Wow. But even at that point, it won't fucking matter. It won't matter that we have the Senate. Or maybe it will. It's just depending on how much shit they can pull when they get there. I'm really getting upset. Really getting upset. But I knew all this was a possibility. I don't know, brain damage. You think she got a chance to vote? Yeah. Wow. You guys, I think I'm good till about 11 o'clock. This is not going to get decided tonight. What do you think? I would like to see Texas. I would like to see Texas go red. But I don't know if that's going to happen because they, I don't understand why these counties haven't been counted here in Texas. And right now in Texas, with 51% of the vote counted, no, wait a minute, didn't give 51%. Okay. Donald Trump is leading in Texas by 51.8%. Joe Biden's trailing 46.8%. And the person in the Libertarian Party without a snowball's chance in hell, 1.1%. And she's probably taken that from Biden. And the person from the Green Party, who's another snowball's chance in hell. Yeah. Yeah. Good Lord. So Trump, it said Trump's now leading in Texas, so he's been behind for a while. Yeah. And so let's see what Sarah Sanders is.
It's a big story for the president.
So, Sarah, some of the states that the Trump campaign at one point thought might be additions to their portfolio. New Mexico, as you say, we just called it for Joe Biden by a pretty big margin. New Hampshire also went to Joe Biden. Minnesota and Nevada were also in that category of possible additions. What is your take on the fact that it hasn't gone that way so far?
Well, I think several of those states are still up for grabs. Certainly, I think the places to watch right now are Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those are key areas the president needs to do well. One of the places that you talked about, Kenosha, being a major shift for the president, much bigger margin than in 2016 in favor of the president. He spent a good bit of time in those places. I think those are going to be the key spots to watch moving forward through the night and possibly in the next couple of days.
Pennsylvania there's a lot of time spent in Pennsylvania, and it looks like the count, Sarah, is going to stop tonight, and there's going to probably be a lot of questions asked and lawyers flying to Harrisburg. You think that's how it's going to come down?
It certainly doesn't seem like they're going to come to a conclusion. I think that is, not great for the country for them to just stop counting votes. I'd love to see them keep going. I was in Pennsylvania just this week. There was a lot of energy and a lot of enthusiasm for the president there, and I think we'll see, that reflected in some of these votes as they're coming in.
Sarah, what about the president? What's his mood at the moment?
I haven't talked to him in the last little bit, but I think there are some very good data points for the president in these numbers. Again, I think he's outperforming in a lot of places that people didn't expect him to. I think that is one of the big stories so far tonight is exactly how well he has done among Hispanics. We're going to continue watching these numbers as they come in the rest of tonight.
Surprised by Arizona going to Biden?
I'm still not sure if that was a premature call. I think there are some people that still think that might have been a little bit early. I haven't had a chance. I've been standing out here, so I haven't had a chance to look deep into the numbers. But certainly, I think that there's still a good path for the president moving forward, particularly in those states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Well, we appreciate your time here out on the North Lawn. We're going to get Chris Starwell back here and ask him all these questions, including Arizona, in just a moment. Sarah, thank you.
Well, I'd tell Mr. None of their damn business what he feels about that. Sure, yeah, you're disappointed. If you spent a good effort there, just saying, guys. Yeah, you're right, Iron Horse. It is going to linger for days now. That's what it looks like. And for Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to just stop counting. That's crazy. Why in the hell would they do that? Would it be because Donald Trump was leading? Is that why? Why would they just stop counting? It's because they have fucked things up. That's why. That's why. If we end up winning this thing, we're going to need to straighten this shit out. This can't happen. This can't be allowed to happen. We can't allow it to happen. And you know what? No matter what party you're in, you got to demand that this stuff gets straightened out. Period. Just saying, everybody, just saying. So it's surprising, man. I'm just in shock over this thing, and in shock that a state would just stop voting. Stop counting. It's nuts. But Texas, I'm looking at a map here, is a lot of freaking red, man. A lot of red that are being called for Donald Trump, a lot of the counties. Way more than the blue counties. And why would Dallas what? They don't have any results. They don't have any results. Huh? Wow. It's 10:42, guys. 10:42. I'm about to run out of gas. You know, if I thought this was going to get decided tonight, I'd hang. But that's not going to happen. That's not in the cards. That's right, Iron Horse. They're just going to do what they do to try and just fuck things up. Yeah, for Trump. And we're talking about here in Texas. I mean, the Democratic Party here is every bit as bad as the shit we see going on in D.C. You know, I guess that can be said wherever they're at all over the country. Yeah. Yeah. And you're right, Pete, the fix has been put in. I do believe right now it's going to be a miracle from God if we win this thing. And I mean win it from all the cheating and everything else that goes on. And I'm talking about the mainstream media. I'm talking about liberal politicians, progressive politicians, communist politicians. And I'm talking about big tech, who for all the good things it enables us to do is just one evil, evil giant machine. If you've never seen the movie 1984, I suggest you watch it. And know. Yeah, so, I mean, they're still talking about Arizona. So, Ohio just called for Trump. Is that what you're saying, brain damage? Oh, yeah. All right. 18 votes. Electoral votes. Good. Good. Come on, Texas. So the way that map looked that I was looking at for Texas there, this is not going to get called tonight either. Yeah, that's good. We need those Iron Belt states and the auto industry states up there to come through for us. We do. And you know, I come out of the manufacturing sector. You guys know that. I can't imagine that you would think that the new Green Deal is a good thing. I mean, just think of what goes into an electric car versus what goes into a car that's a standard car that's powered by diesel or gas. And just think about that. Not as much. Not as much. Do you know how many vendor jobs there are of people that have subassembly jobs that feed these auto plants? Do you know how many of those factories there are around this country? How many people they employ? Whether they're making radiators, whether they're making engines, whether they're making interior parts. The list runs on and on and on of all the subassembly parts that feed these automobile manufacturers. So, You're going to go to an electric car that requires, what, maybe 50, 60% less in parts? All there is an electric motor. The air conditioner, I guess. I don't know how they power the air conditioner in a state that gets hot as hell, like Texas. It's damn sure going to eat away at the battery. Yeah. So right now, Nevada's still in play. Now he's going through the what ifs again. Let's look at this, guys.
Yeah. Let's say Texas stays red. Iowa looks very good for him right now. Montana and Alaska will put him at 247. I'm not going to put Pennsylvania in this. A moment ago, I showed you what was happening in Michigan and Wisconsin. It's real up there. These are very close races in both of those states. So keep Pennsylvania out of the equation here. If you're at 247, and tonight you take Michigan and Wisconsin, that's enough.
Yeah, that it is.
You're at 273, and you got yourself a second term. Why do I make that case? Can't say it's going to hold up, but right now in Michigan, look at the advantage here. With half of the vote and 50% of the vote here, you're up 11 points. I was just hunting over here. This is Wayne County, this is Detroit. Listen, you got a ton of votes for Democrats in this county. How are African Americans voting? We saw a little bit of weakness in southern Florida. Is it the same in Detroit, Michigan? Here's where it was in 2016. Just to give you a sense of comparison here. Hillary Clinton, 70% of the vote, 570,000 votes. Tonight, Joe Biden's got 164,000, so there's still a lot of votes to be counted in Detroit. Just come out wide to the state now. And is that margin in Detroit enough to cover the rest of rural Michigan that is just red all over? Now I'm going to pop over here to Wisconsin. There was a poll from ABC the other day that had Joe Biden up 17 points in this state. ABC, Washington Post. Well, look where you are right now. 71% of the vote. You know, Trump's got a lead here by 4 points. If this holds up, you know, these rural counties that he's been campaigning in so hard for, you know, not just the last couple of weeks, but the last couple of years, frankly. And I showed you the margin from 2016. It was razor tight in Wisconsin. Here it was. And the entire state. Hillary Clinton lost by 22,000 votes. It seems yet again 4 years later that we are in the exact same place in Wisconsin, and I would argue in Michigan, we're in the exact same place that we were. That's 2016, right? I mean, how much closer does it get? 10,600 votes in Michigan? And look where we are tonight. In 2020, half the votes in. And again, we'll see how it goes in Detroit, Wayne County, down here in southeastern Michigan. But here's Kent County. This is Gerald Ford country. And a big rally there the other day. In fact, at midnight on Monday night, I've got my days right here, my calendar years, during COVID times here in my head. It was midnight last night in Kent County where the president concluded his campaign. It was the same location 4 years prior where he did it as well. And right now, comfortably ahead there. 4 years ago. So he's running ahead right now of his margin from 2016 at 54.5% in Kent County. So, you know, you think about the rallies on the last day, Traverse City, Michigan. Not a ton of votes up there just yet, but you know, he had a rally there. It was just, I just want to refresh my memory here. 47,000 real votes in this county from 2016. In 2020, you're at, okay, 34,000 votes. So it's coming in for Trump right now in this part of Michigan. So he concludes his campaign by up here in Traverse City, pops over here to Wisconsin, to Kenosha, which I showed you a short time ago. And this is just a stunner, the way you can. It's almost as if the people who were living there got up and moved over a period of 8 years, right? 2012, that was the result. This was the state of Wisconsin, and that was the county and the town of Kenosha. In 2020, it's a very, very different story and a whole different makeup now. that we're looking at with his demographic. Last point, he came back at midnight last night.
And just go back to Wayne County in Michigan there and show us what that looks like at this point.
Joe Biden has about 56% of the vote. Real vote totals now. Trump's at 125,000, Joe Biden's at 164,000. Keep those numbers in your head, and I'll take you back to 2016. Hillary Clinton had 500,000. Donald Trump had about 250,000. So you got a difference there of about 200,000 votes from 4 years ago. So in 2020, here we are. A lot of votes still out there. The margin at the moment, depending on which precincts are reporting, the margin is a lot less in terms of difference between Biden and Trump. So that's Martha, you're right. That is the place to watch in Michigan tonight. And if I can make the case over here in Wisconsin, I'd say that Milwaukee is the place to watch tonight. It's Milwaukee County, African-American vote there is about 37% demographic, I do believe. And Joe Biden has a comfortable lead, about 2-1.
What was 2016 in there?
In 2016, Hillary Clinton, she's up around 70%. All right, so just do the math, guys. 288,000 raw votes for Clinton, 126,000 for Trump 4 years ago. Just watch it now. Biden's at 128, Trump's at 84. Okay, do the math here. Listen, there's a lot more votes out there, but is the margin enough that will overtake?
Yeah, the Trump people are bullish right now. They're bullish on Wisconsin, but we got a big call to make here.
We do.
Bill.
All right, we can now call Texas for the President of the United States.
There you go.
This is a state that I think that nobody expected would be as close as it is tonight, 46%, 52%. But the President has now claimed Texas, which is definitely one of the states that he won last time that he needed to win tonight. And he has achieved that goal, 30 electoral votes in the state of Texas, despite the fact that Beto O'Rourke and others were very hopeful that the tide was changing in Texas. It has held once again.
Well, it is changing. The electorate in Texas is changing. The fact that it was this close and it took us this long.
Yep.
Well, we held them off again. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. You guys that showed us a path for this to be decided without Pennsylvania is what he just showed us. There is a path without waiting on Pennsylvania. Now we have to wait for these other damn places that are going to be counting votes for 10 fucking days. It's incredible. It's incredible. But I do believe that we're going to win this thing. We're going to win it. It's going to be close. And you know what? Everybody was saying it was going to be close. And it's going to be a battle royale from here on out. We've got to do everything we can do. First of all, we've got to win, and then we've got to do everything we can do to protect our country, our Constitution. We've got to get some of this stuff fixed. And we can't do it as long as the Democrats hold the frickin' House. We got to make some changes somehow. We do. And so let's take one last look at what's going on around the country. And let's do here. This is in Washington, D.C., the dirty camera. The guy doesn't clean his damn lens. I'm surprised that this guy uses that as a news feed. Whoever this jerk is with the dirty camera. Let's see if we can listen in a second. hell would people send him money for that? Really? Why in the hell? And let's take a look at Wayne's deal. Yeah, he got so many feeds on there, you don't know what the hell's going on. And all they're doing is screaming and yelling, carrying on. And so, wow. What do you think, guys? Let me see. Let me fix this where your post shows. Bugs Moran. That's a new one. How are you doing, sir? Hey, I agree with you, Bugs. I agree with you. There's no way it should be this close. No way. Yeah, we are getting close. Texas took so long because I guess there was because they were hoping that there would be a closer race. It was close enough. They were waiting as long as they could. They had to wait till the percentages, the possibilities of Biden not catching up with him were expired. In other words, the probability of Biden catching Trump was not good by what was left out there in the way of votes. So that's what happens. And so I'm busy. YouTube is busy covering up their posts, and I have to undo it so you can see it, especially if you put like the word libertards. That's the only thing I can see in there that they would have blocked it for, libertards. Yeah, the COVID thing, the COVID did have an effect on the vote, I do believe. And, when I went out checking the polls this morning near my home, really there was nobody standing in lines. I didn't see any lines till in the afternoon. I didn't see any long lines. Now, they said there were some. But I don't know where they were at. They said talking about lines over in Fort Worth or somewhere. But generally, the polls around here are run pretty good. The people are familiar with them. People that live in our neighborhood that are familiar with them that have been going there for years. So they kind of know the drill, and they know the people that are running the polls. So it's just a matter of in and out near my home. And that's the way I saw it today. And I never did see near my home that line get out the door. Not even out the door. So I thought that was kind of unusual. But then again, I live in a mixed neighborhood. And we're not moving now. It's everything's paid for. Our cars are paid for. Our motorcycles paid for. Our motorhomes paid for. So why move at this point? I got good neighbors. I got Vietnamese neighbors. I got Hispanic neighbors. Got a black neighbor down the street. He's a good guy. He's a Democrat, but he's a good guy. He knows where I stand. He sees my damn Trump flag. So, And everybody in this neighborhood, including the black guy, is armed to the teeth, and we're ready for Antifa to come down through the neighborhood. Oh yeah, we are. We've been talking about it. So we're ready. We're ready. So there's really no reason for me to move at this point. It'd just be a move to move. But we could consider it. Our house now is worth twice of what we bought it for. So, but we're living comfortable. Our house is not huge, but it's nice. My wife makes it even nicer. And so, you know, and besides that, our club is based here in Arlington. And OG just moved over here. Why in the hell would I want to move away? Why? So, everybody around here is happy, except for the two old broads next to me. Here 2 years ago, we had a storm, and our tree fell on their car. 2 cars. And so, now insurance companies don't make, they make an enemy out of neighbors, especially when the neighbors find out your insurance, your homeowner's insurance doesn't take care of their cars if a tree falls on it. Even if it's my tree, they have to turn that in on their auto insurance. Now what that did, that set my neighbors, them 2 old bags over there, it set their hair on fire. Oh yeah. They were mad at me. Matter of fact is they sued me. Yeah. They sued me. I said, well, good luck with that. And so, because I knew state law. But then their brother, who actually owns the house, her brother, who actually bought both of those cars for them, told me not to sweat it. And he's a former FBI agent. I was ready for the fight. So, but it didn't. They lost out. Their insurance had to pay up, not mine. I felt bad about it, you know. I thought sure my homeowners would take care of it, but it didn't. Yeah. Well, Ghost Eagle, we'd be glad to have you back. You want to come back to Texas. Sometimes work takes you to places that, you know, you got to make a living. Got to make a living. And really, that's what this election's all about. It's about having a good living for yourself, a good living for your family, a good living for your children, a good living for your grandchildren, and so on and so on. That's what this thing is all about. I can't imagine people out there clapping when Kamala Harris told them they were going to take away the Donald Trump tax cuts and increase their taxes. What kind of frickin' morons do we have out there? Really? And the answer to that is, I guess, half the damn country. But you know, I mean, they're talking about other things too, health care. You guys know I've had cancer 4 times. 4 times. I'm still here because of great doctors and great health care system. I'm still here because of that. Just think, some of the people I was sitting next to while I was getting chemo. You know, those people are from all over the world. They come here seeking medical help. The El Paso hospitals are inundated with COVID patients out of Mexico. And most of those probably have dual citizenships. So they're coming back across the border for help. And as I brought up the other night, I do believe that the reason there's a spike in Lubbock and more hospitalizations is because of people that come out of New Mexico. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm able to do this show tonight, even though, you know, for days now, for days, over the weekend, I fought with a slight asthma. Not like I got when I was a child, where I was wondering where my next breath was coming from when I was 7. But now when you get older, a touch of that comes back. And I had it over the weekend. But because of good medical help, I'm here doing this show tonight without coughing my head off or gasping for air. Now you've heard me cough a few times, but nothing like it's been over the weekend. We have a good healthcare system. We have good doctors, and they're ready to fuck it all up. Is what they're ready to do. And I'm sorry for all my F-bombs tonight. I just can't help it. And besides, we're frickin' bikers. That's what we're saying. But it is 11:10 p.m. And this thing is, to me, if that scenario plays out that they were showing on Fox News a minute ago, Trump's going to win this damn thing. He's going to win it. So that's where we're at, everybody. It may be decided way later on tonight. It may be decided in a few days. And remember, Hillary Clinton said, don't concede. Don't concede. And we won't expect them to do that tonight. Not till all the possibilities have gone away. And let's see if they're fixing to call another one here.
Congressional district goes to Trump. Okay, now, Wisconsin? And then we go to Minnesota.
There's no way Biden's not going to win this. Trump has got this hands down.
Scenario, either one of them.
I don't care how many buttons they push on that map. Trump's going to win it.
Michigan, he wins. Donald Trump wins if he wins 2 of those. He also wins if he wins Pennsylvania.
American girl, I wasn't talking about you. I'm just saying in general.
Congressional districts. But
American girl, it wasn't you.
Pennsylvania and Michigan. If he wins Wisconsin, and it's possible he could win Wisconsin.
Yeah. Here's where I didn't want to go.
Biden wins in a week.
But it's midnight right
now.
Here's where I didn't want to go. I apologize about my math. I'm doing it on the fly. So I got out the calculator and I want to go. Martha, we were talking about Wayne County. That's true, okay?
I think so.
Back in 2016. Separated Hillary Clinton from Donald Trump. 300,000.
I think Trump's got it.
Statewide in Michigan, bear with me now. You have roughly
I was scared.
a 300,000 margin in the state of Michigan.
I was really scared that the corruption.
A few of these rural counties, Upper Peninsula, still not checked in. You got a few down here. Let's just see what these counties did 4 years ago. All right.
Christian said anger management. Oh, trust me, I got anger management.
Sorry, Berry County. So that was a difference of 10,000 votes 4 years ago, and as of tonight, Berry County is not checked in yet. So that's an outstanding vote, clearly. Rates are close here, right? We were talking about Milwaukee County a moment ago. Got the calculator.
I think Trump is going to take it.
Milwaukee County.
I don't think the corruption won this time.
Was decided by Hillary Clinton by margins roughly of 162,000 votes. So come out statewide, 2020, where are we now in the state of Wisconsin? By my math, we're about 124,000 votes that separate Trump and Biden in Wisconsin.
I mean, that's not a small margin.
No. It could be significant in a massive way. And Brett, you're talking about pushback. Everybody's going to get pushback in Arizona. I don't know if this is going to change or not. This is our decision. Just went with it. They're telling us there's a million votes out there. We'll see if that's the case throughout the night. But to your point about Wisconsin,
you know what's great about you?
Sorry?
You produce, you and Star Wars, whenever you're on. Fox News Decision Desk can make a call. And that is Iowa for President Trump. He will win the state of Iowa, 6 electoral votes in Iowa. That was tight as you got towards election day. He will win Iowa, and Joni Ernst is there as well. We haven't made a call on that race yet.
I have to just point out that the 7-point spread exactly what the Des Moines Register said it would be just a couple of days ago. So once again, there is a pollster out there that is doing a good job tonight.
I was thinking about that over the weekend, guys, and I remember we were at Super Bowl in Miami, right, on that Saturday night before the game. And then when the Register was coming out with the Iowa caucus poll, and they held it back at 11 o'clock. Remember all that? It was the gold standard. It was never released. The next day they played the Super Bowl. The next Monday they were in Iowa. They never give us the results of the caucus because they got the day all confused. The day after that, we're in D.C. for the State of the Union address, and by then America moved on to New Hampshire for the primary. We forgot all about Iowa. I thought that poll on Saturday night, a 7-point advantage for Donald Trump, a 4-point advantage for Joni Ernst, was substantial.
I don't know, I didn't get see.
And I know she was very embarrassed by the poll in early February. They worked very hard to make sure that they were spot on. Tonight, at the moment, it's exactly what they said.
Wow, guys. We see a path. We see a path, everybody. Yeah. We see a path. So, I think we're going to call it for tonight. And I thank you guys for being with us. And we'll see what happens in the wee hours of the morning. We'll come back on tomorrow afternoon and talk about the end result of it, or tomorrow night, and late night. We'll talk about what went on tonight, what went on with tomorrow, and what's going to go on over the next week or so, however long that's going to take. Wow. With that, everybody, have a good evening. If you don't have a motorcycle, buy one. Other than that, ride safe, everybody. Ride safe. Bye-bye.